Welcome to Pax Promise, a novel in Wolf Valley, Forbidden Hearts series, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. My name is Mia Lee, and I'm a deadlined wolf. In my family, we're taught control from birth. Maybe that's why being a deadline, a werewolf who can't shift, didn't break me like it breaks others. As my Korean grandmother would say, there are many ways to be strong. My pack isn't traditional. It's me, a psychologist who traded Seoul's skyline for a small-town practice. Jasmine, who could take down a vampire syndicate before breakfast, but now pretends she just makes wine. And Beatrice, who could be gracing magazine covers but chose to run a supernatural pet school instead. We're an odd trio, but we work. Lately, though, everything's shifting. Jasmine's got this detective circling her vineyard and her heart, asking questions about her past. Beatrice has my brother Lucian practically howling at the moon every time she walks by. And me, well, I've spent years focusing on my practice, on keeping our community safe. Romance wasn't part of the plan, but there's something about the way Jim Miracles looks at me, like he sees past all my carefully constructed walls. Like maybe being a deadline doesn't matter as much as I thought. But that's a complication for another day. Right now, vampires from Jasmine's past are closing in, and they're not bringing flowers and apologies. I may not have claws, but I've got a mind sharp as a blade and sisters worth fighting for. And trust me, hell hath no fury like a pack threatened, especially one led by a deadline with nothing to lose. This is Pax Promise, and some loves are worth breaking all the rules for. Before we dive into this tale of supernatural vengeance and forbidden love, take a moment to join our pack. Like this video and subscribe to our channel, because just like the bonds between shifters, witches, and deadliners, the Multiverse collection weaves an intricate web of connected stories. Each book reveals new secrets, new romances, and new dangers lurking in the shadows of Wolf Valley and beyond. Subscribe now to make sure you don't miss a single supernatural romance in our ever-growing universe. After all, Pax stays together. And now, this is Pax Promise, Chapter 1. Jasmine observed the wooden box she had placed on the table in the back garden of her house. Observing was an understatement for what she was doing, because the way she had been staring at the box for the past 10 minutes, she was surprised she didn't burn a hole right through it. It was a simple, unpolished wooden box, 10 inches on each side. A single piece of wood placed on top served as the lid. Vines and Soul, the restaurant attached to the vineyard and resort she managed, was at its busiest time of the day, late morning into lunchtime. But she could afford another half hour or so here, with this box. She couldn't be careful enough after what had happened at her house. She had accidentally invited a hybrid vampire inside, and that mistake had almost cost not only her life, but the lives of her dear friends. Beatrice and Mia were more than her friends. They had been her family for as long as she could remember. Lisa, the site manager of the restaurant, had given her this box when she arrived earlier in the morning. A mundane human would see it as a harmless box, inside of which was a black piece of rock atop of a bunch of tangled grapevines. As a witch, however, she saw a difference. The vines were the same, but the rock was the beating heart of a supernatural. "Someone left this at the front door with a note addressed to you," Lisa said when she handed Jasmine the box and then got on with her morning business. Saying nothing to Lisa, she grabbed the box and made a beeline back home. And there she still was, staring at it. Maybe the box and its contents were harmless after all, because if there had been a single movement, or if magic had come out of it, she would have seen something. But the note said, to Jasmine. "I'm in the back," Jasmine called out when she heard a sound at the front gate and sensed Beatrice's and Mia's anxiety looming in the air. Jasmine could read people's emotions, whether she wanted to or not. It was a perk, but also a curse, of her unstable psychic ability. Right now, she wanted to focus on her own emotions to get the most accurate feeling she could about this mysterious box. It seemed as if the quiet moments she needed to do so had gone with her friend's arrival. Beatrice and Mia offered support, friendship, and a lot of expertise, but Jasmine's peaceful time would be compromised with her dear friends there. "A beating heart in a box?" Beatrice exclaimed with a wince. "Is this some kind of Pirates of the Caribbean reenactment?" "Save the movie quotes, Beatrice," Mia said with a quirk at the corner of her lips. "This isn't funny." Beatrice wagged her finger. "See, you think it's funny yourself. There's no harm in a little laughter. The heart is beating, so no one died. Plus, I think it's romantic. It's a declaration of love for Jasmine, food, and wine. A perfect combination," she said with a grin. "Not if you combine what you can see with what the humans see." The smiles vanished from Beatrice and Mia's faces. Jasmine walked around the table, keeping her eyes locked on the beating supernatural heart. She hoped none of what she said would come true. While Beatrice wasn't born a witch, but with practice and her innate ability, she had gained supernatural vision. Mia was born a werewolf, but the trait never surfaced in her, so the tribe referred to her as a deadliner. But apart from not being able to shift, Mia had perfect supernatural eyes. The downside of possessing their supernatural abilities was that neither Beatrice nor Mia could see what a human could see. That ability was unique to Jasmine, and she had no idea why she could do it. She could see what both supernaturals and humans could see, and she could switch to whichever perspective she wanted. Jasmine smiled and spoke calmly. The last thing she wanted to do was freak out her friends. The humans see a black stone on top of tangled vines, and the supernaturals see a beating heart on top of the same vines. But those are not just ordinary vines. They're ancient, one of the oldest kinds in the world. Mia's eyes darkened, and her analytical mind kicked in. A heart of stone. Someone was hurt because of something brutal that happened in the ancient past. Beatrice's eyes widened. "It's directed at you because you are the only one who can see both the stone and the heart. Someone is blaming you for being a cold-hearted bee about something that happened in the past," Jasmine cut in. "The ancient vines might mean this happened in the past, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in ancient times because I wasn't born then, and I don't believe in reincarnation." "This is a threat," Beatrice said. Mia shook her head. "The only thing you're capable of killing is the bugs that harm your vines, Jasmine. Maybe the symbolic gift means something else, not the heart and stone matter. No, this is what it means. I'm sure of it. Nobody knew what she'd done in the past. She did it for the greater good, and she didn't regret it. But in reality, you won some and you lost some. She couldn't be friends with both good and evil. I killed a vampire in London before it fed on a homeless human." "You were with supernatural enforcement in London. That's like the police, and you were doing what you were supposed to do. If everyone working with paranormal law enforcement received a threat, not only would we be at war with the criminal supernatural, we'd be at the sharp, losing end of the sword," Beatrice said as she paced, hands waving in the air. She lost patience easily, especially when it came to the people she cared about. Mia's voice lowered. "That vamp wasn't an ordinary vamp, was it?" Jasmine shook her head. "It sedated the homeless person. Not only did it plan to feed, but it wanted to capture the person and keep him for long-term needs." "What do you mean?" Beatrice asked, her eyes filled with fear even before Jasmine could give her an answer. Jasmine sighed. It was a young vampire, the son of one of the leaders in a powerful club. It was young and inexperienced. It needed to feed slowly so it wouldn't kill the human, and it wanted to use the human to learn and grow its killing skills. I had followed that club for a long time. I knew what they did. The young vampire begged me not to terminate him, but I was young too and idealistic, and I was furious. You can guess the rest of the story. Mia frowned. "Sure, but still, I think it's them, Mia. The tangled vines aren't a random choice. They're shaped into the club's logo. When I first looked into the box, I saw bits and pieces of things, but I didn't put it all together until Beatrice mentioned the movie." "Pirates of the Caribbean," Jasmine nodded. It's not exactly like that, but one of the reasons the young vampire gave me to not terminate him was that he was in love with someone, and because of that, he needed to be stronger. He went on about being a lonely heart in the paranormal world. But none of what he said gave him the right to put another being through a slow death just so he could use him as an educational tool. So, yes, I terminated him. And yes, I admit I'm cold-hearted when it comes to these criminals. But the club he belonged to probably didn't see things my way. So what now? Mia asked. If they're seeking revenge on me, the best they can get from me is my life. But I won't go down without a fight. Chapter 2. Bertram walked out of the common area of the police station in Melbourne City. More accurately, he was walking out on Grace. He didn't normally find himself in this location, but he had to come here to file some evidence for a case in Gisborne, one he had just partially solved. His chief had given him the week off, as the doctor still hadn't cleared him of the long-term effects of the concussion he suffered on the case. But he wanted the case closed. Over. Finished. Grace trailed right behind him. You know I don't handle silence well, Bertram. If you have something to say, just say it to my face. He ignored the buzzing activity of the police station's front office, the complete opposite of the equivalent office in Gisborne, and turned toward Grace. She wanted to talk, so he would just have to hash this out with her. I don't do silence, Grace, but it's a lot nicer than what I have to say. You're angry with me because I ruined your chances with Jasmine. This has nothing to do with Jasmine. It was an awkward situation in Gisborne. Nothing more to it. You should hear your voice when you say her name. You should see your face. You should see the spark in your eyes when you look at her. What happened between Jasmine and me is irrelevant. You and I, we have a situation, and that is what matters here. You didn't say you weren't angry at me. If there's one thing I know well about you that I can be certain will never change, is that you're not capable of lying, Bertram. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. I left you for 2 seconds and you fell for another woman. It wasn't 2 seconds. It was 3 months and 6 days, Grace. She paced back and forth in the narrow corridor. I told you I needed time to think. I understand. I needed time too, and it has worked out for the best. Yes, see, time heals all wounds. I thought about it very carefully. I came back to accept your proposal. He held her shoulders so that she would stand still. He looked into her beautiful eyes, which had begun to tear up. She was smart, and she knew what was coming. She just wanted him to say it. Grace, the proposal is no longer there. You know that. I never said no. A tear rolled down her face. But you didn't say yes, and you walked away from me for more than 3 months. No one likes rejection, and I understand that. So you're saying the fact that you walked away from a marriage proposal after a 3-year relationship was indeed a rejection. Don't play with my words, Bertram. I'm not. It is what it is. I proposed, you said no, and that's it. If we handle this well, we can still work well together as colleagues. You're one of the most competent detectives I have ever worked with. So are you saying there was never any love between us? I proposed. If there was love, it came from me. But I don't blame you for being hesitant. It was a big decision and a big commitment for you. And if marriage didn't fit into your 5-year career plan, that would be a problem. You're ambitious, and I don't want to stand in your way, Grace. And you're not ambitious? So what's with the impeccable case-solving record you have? What's with the fact that you accept nothing substandard? If all that isn't for career ambition, then what drives you? Bertram shook his head. You wouldn't understand, and that's why we're just too different to make this work. In a way, I'm glad you took the time away. We can work together. If you want. No. She wiped the tears off her face. You don't understand, Bertram. If we break up, I can't work with you. I'll ask for a transfer, effective immediately, she said, then walked away. That was the Grace he knew. She had to be the one who left. She never held the sharp end of the knife. His phone buzzed. Yes, Glenn, and before you ask, no, I'm not taking the week off. Then, do you want another case in Gisborne? His stomach did a somersault, and he didn't like the feeling he had. He brushed it off, but it bothered him. In a small town, when something happened on a scale that prompted them to call Central Police, it usually involved everyone he knew. That was why he preferred big city cases. They were less personal. But he had taken the last case in Gisborne, and there was no changing that. Everything to do with that town now involved him at a personal level. But Glenn didn't know that, so he played it cool. What's the case about? I just got a call. Body found at a vineyard. The message I got was pretty rough, like their connection wasn't stable when they left it. Was it the same vineyard where I stayed? I don't know. They didn't say. The message just said a body was found at a vineyard about 10 minutes outside Gisborne. The vineyard has some kind of accommodation attached to it. A resort? Yeah, like a sanctuary of some sort. Bertram felt his knees weaken. Most of his cases involved homicide. He'd never had a problem with death and murder. He could always remain level-headed. That was why he was so good at what he did. But right now, the word ringing like an alarm bell in his mind was Jasmine. Was the victim male or female? They didn't say. They just said something about the manager or something like that. Do you have an address? Yes, they left an address, but it's untraceable. Might be a typo. I'll have to check again. So what do you know for sure? He said, his voice louder. I'm sorry. I meant, is there any info I can work with now? Now? Yes, I'm heading there now. Can you text me the address when you have it? Sure. So you'll take the case then. Should I send Grace with you for backup? No, just text me the address. All right. As soon as he got off the phone, he dialed Jasmine. All he got was static. It wasn't that she didn't pick up or her phone was disconnected. It was as if the phone was picked up, but all that came out of the earpiece were echoes and strange sounds. He called Beatrice and Mia. The same thing happened. Bertram rushed to his car and drove as fast as he could to Gisborne. Chapter 3. Vines and Soul was packed during lunch hours. Bertram saw that Lisa was busy orchestrating everything, but he didn't see Jasmine anywhere. His adrenaline level had skyrocketed, making him dizzy. His head felt as if it was going to explode. Bertram, Lisa spotted him. Yes, Lisa, is Jasmine around? Yes, this morning, but she went home. Why? There was a package, a box, addressed to her. I gave it to her and she went home right after that. I tried to call her earlier, but she didn't answer. Why are you here? Just wanted to take her out for a drink, a coffee. I'll head to her place now. We'll tell her you tried to call. Please do. Saying nothing more, Bertram charged out of the restaurant and ran straight to Jasmine's place. It was only 15 minutes using the internal vine roads of the vineyard, but it felt like the longest 15 minutes of his life. The vineyard was laid out in blocks that were labeled by grape variety. He ran past several blocks toward the farthest corner of the vineyard, where Jasmine's house was nestled among the natural, native bushland overlooking the hillside. She called it a cabin, but it was more like a villa, and from Bertram's perspective, it was so remote it made perfect sense for an assailant to attack her here, rather than at the restaurant or at the resort. Cabernet Block, Pinot Noir Block, Sauvignon Block, Riesling Block. He lost track. About 50 feet from the front gate of Jasmine's place, he saw something that looked like smoke coming from the back garden. He wasn't sure if he was seeing what he was supposed to see as a human, or, based on what Jasmine had told him, that he was more sensitive and susceptible to the supernatural world, he was seeing what the supernaturals could see. The main problem he had was he didn't know which was which. He stormed straight through the front gate to the back garden. Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia stood around a table there. Jasmine had already turned toward him. Bertram knew she had sensed his emotions, or his overwhelming fear, before she saw him. "You're all right?" he asked. Jasmine approached him. "You don't feel right, Bertram," she said. "Do you need to sit down?" "No, I'm all right. I thought something happened to you." "Something did happen," Beatrice said. "You mean the box?" Bertram asked and approached the garden table with the wooden box sitting on it. Be careful, Jasmine said. It exploded, Mia said. We're all right, but our phones aren't. Bertram saw 3 cell phones lying on the ground, smoke still coming out of the circuits. He peeked into the box. It was empty. How did the box do that to your phones? The box was sent to me, said Jasmine. Humans would see only vines and a stone inside the box, but we saw a beating supernatural heart surrounded by ancient vines. We tried to measure the supernatural energy of the object to find out where it comes from, but it blew up, and then our phones were on fire. How is it possible to measure supernatural energy with your phone? Asked Bertram. Beatrice smiled. We use an app called Witchy. Bertram pulled out his phone. Don't download it, Jasmine warned. That app just toasted our phones. Your phone is the only communication tool we have now. His phone buzzed, which surprised him. The phone had apparently remembered the vineyard's private network and automatically switched it on. Otherwise, no one at work could reach him. It was a text from Glenn with the address. He looked at it and rolled his eyes. Had the message come earlier, it would have saved him the adrenaline marathon by car and foot from the city to Gisborne. The address of the incident was on the west side of town. Jasmine's vineyard was on the east side. Are you all right, Bertram? Jasmine asked again, and this time her voice was filled with concern. He wasn't sure which of his emotions she was reading at the moment. He was relieved she wasn't the victim of his current case. In fact, he was so happy that he felt almost delirious. In his line of work, controlling internal emotions and the external expression of them was a critical skill. He was good at it. But knowing Jasmine could see through all that, he didn't feel the need to mask anything in front of her. I received a call for a case, and the description made me think it happened here, so I was worried for a bit. He sat down on the garden bench. You don't fit the just a bit category, Mia said, and without asking for his permission, she checked his pulse. He didn't care for that. Jasmine had peeled off his emotional mask, and that had been a lot for him to handle. He didn't need a cognitive psychologist poking into his emotional status as well. You almost had a panic attack, Mia said nonchalantly. I've got work to do and a couple of appointments at the clinic. I'm happy to see you, free of charge. She smiled. No, thank you. Not only am I professionally qualified to check your mental fitness, I can tell how you are just by checking your pulse and give you a diagnosis you can't deny. So I'm not just a doctor working for her paycheck, Bertram. In your line of work, mental fitness is critical. If you're not fit in that area, you're in no shape to be around the supernatural world. Bertram stood up, towering over Mia. I am perfectly fit to work wherever I want, and I don't care for your professional threats. Feel free to call the health department at Central. Tell them whatever you like. But I always pass every test, especially the psych ones. A grin spread across Mia's face. Bertram turned around and saw Jasmine and Beatrice smiling at him. He stepped aside. Ladies, I don't care for the game you're playing with me. Jasmine approached him. We weren't playing games, Bertram. Before you got here, we were debating whether we should call you for assistance regarding the box I received this morning. My opinion was to leave you out of this because I don't think you're equipped to handle the supernatural world. I mean, not yet. I believe this box is more complicated than we think. Mia believes otherwise. She thinks you can handle it. I'm on the fence, Beatrice said with a smile. So after the little test you just conducted on me, between you two, who wins? I do. Jasmine smiled. Mia pressed your button and you reacted to it. The creatures we deal with are deceitful. Mental tricks are their things, and they're not as simple as what Mia just did. I killed the hybrid vampire for you and managed to keep the matter from being reported to Central Police, Jasmine. And I owe you for that. I'm grateful. But I don't want you to get hurt. Okay, right, that's fine. I'm not here because of your box, obviously. I was called in for a case, so I'll just go about my business. We'll talk tonight. How does that sound? It isn't another murder case, is it? Beatrice asked. Bertram looked at her. Unfortunately, yes, there's been a death. When a body is found in a place other than a cemetery, the police have work to do. Where? Jasmine asked. Bertram looked at the text on his phone. 10 High Street, Gisborne West. That's an empty lot, Mia said. The case brief said the place has a vineyard with a sanctuary. Jasmine shook her head. That's the landowner's business. They subdivided that block of land. Bertram shrugged. Number 17 is where I'm heading. He strode toward the garden gate. Wait, Jasmine said. Bertram turned around. Yes, Jasmine? I know those people. Yes, we're good friends, Beatrice added. Can you tell us who died? No, and I can't get civilians involved in my case. Mr. William Marsh owns that land, and he's my client. I'll visit him in a professional capacity, Mia said. His dog attends my pet school, so he's my client too. I'll visit him as the trainer of his dog. Is that professional enough? Beatrice said. You can visit your friend in any capacity you like, as long as you don't disturb the crime scene, Bertram said, and turned to walk away. He's Lisa's uncle, Jasmine called out. Bertram turned around. I spoke to her before coming here. She didn't seem to know anything about what happened. Are they close? Very, he contemplated. All right, I think I might need an expert consultant on this case for local information and winery-related information. He pointed to the box. And there may be some connection to a phenomenon we can't explain. So if you let me in to see if there's a connection to the message you received this morning, I'll invite you in as an expert consultant for the case in the other vineyard. Jasmine nodded. Bertram smiled. It seems as though we have an agreement. Chapter 4. From the passenger's side of the car, Jasmine provided the instructions to Bertram as clearly and as much in advance as possible. There was no marked road that led to the lot of land. Number 10 on High Street, Gisborne West, was a corner lot at the far side of the 20-hectare block of land. There was no road and no service to the 19 lots. The only lot that had central services was number 1, at the opposite corner of the block, where William Marsh operated a sanctuary and a vineyard. There was no way that Bertram could find number 10 by himself because it wasn't clearly defined on the Google map. Beatrice and Mia followed in their car. Without cell phones, they couldn't talk or text, but Jasmine could feel that Beatrice and Mia's anxiety was running high. The only marker for the number 10 lot was a rotten wooden sign standing at the edge of the land. But they didn't need the marker this time. A short distance away, they saw a small group of people on the site. The uniforms suggested the presence of the local police. Jasmine recognized their local medical examiner, Landon, but there were a couple of people Jasmine knew weren't local. A gigantic excavator was parked beside a hole on the ground. A handful of people stood with shovels, waiting for instructions. Bertram parked outside the police barricade. Simon Smith, the local police officer, approached. Detective Hayes, we're preparing the crime scene. There isn't much for you to see. You called it in? Yes, he said, then glanced at Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia. They're expert consultants working with me on the case, Bertram said. Simon raised an eyebrow. All 3? Just Jasmine, Beatrice smiled. I tagged along to bring her home in case Detective Hayes is busy. Mia pointed at an out-towner. Did he discover the body? Simon nodded. He bought this lot for business. The excavation commenced today. But they found the body when they started to dig. He's pretty shaken up. That's why I'm here. Mia spoke with authority, and Simon knew too well that she was the only professional psychologist in town. She had worked with the police before. Can I talk to him? He nodded and lifted the banner for her to enter. I'll wait here, Beatrice said, and signaled for Bertram and Jasmine to go ahead. Jasmine and Bertram stepped inside the barricade. Seeing them, Landon stopped what he was doing and approached. You shouldn't go over there, he said to Jasmine and Mia. It's not pretty. Since when is a dead body pretty, Landon? Mia said, but this one is pretty bad. He shook his head. I don't think you should see it. I'm going to have to take the body to the morgue to identify it. Is it William? Jasmine asked. Landon glanced at Bertram. This is a much younger person. It's not William. That's all I can tell you. Jasmine nodded, and then Mia left to talk to the buyer of the land. A wave of relief washed over Jasmine. She had no idea what she would have told Lisa if something had happened to her uncle. She would have to ask William why he had broken his promise not to sell the land in exchange for the coven's protection. "Who's the buyer of the land?" Bertram asked as he watched Mia approaching the man who stood at the far end of the lot. "That's Leonard Bryan. He didn't know much about the land. He bought it through a realtor," Simon said. No, don't touch that," Landon shouted at the people working with the body that was still in the hole. There were many people standing around, and from where she was, Jasmine couldn't see what exactly Landon was prattling on about. "These people are so unprofessional. That's what you get for lack of central resources," he said, looking at Bertram. "The only thing I got a good look at was the victim's hand. It was holding a rock wrapped in grapevines. You'd think they would have gathered as much info as possible before they messed with the body. This is unbelievable." He strode toward the scene. Jasmine felt a storm of anxiety, concern, and fear coming from Bertram. She turned to look at him, and his eyes confirmed it. Bertram lowered his voice. "Should I go over to see if I see a rock or a beating heart, Jasmine? If this isn't a direct threat toward you, I don't know what it is. Now either you tell me more, or I'll dig up the information myself. Let's get out of here." She walked toward the barricade and stepped outside. Beatrice rushed over. "So?" "It's not William," Jasmine said to Beatrice. "The victim was holding a rock wrapped in vines. Does that sound familiar, Beatrice?" Beatrice paled. Jasmine was sure Bertram saw the fear in Beatrice, so there was no point keeping the information from him. "When I was in paranormal law enforcement in London, I killed a young vampire. He was the son of the leader of a powerful club. The vines in the box I received this morning were arranged in the shape of the club logo. Mia and Beatrice think the heart and stone vision is directed at me because I can see both versions. They think someone is holding me responsible. But that's all speculation, Bertram." Bertram's eyes darkened several shades. "Until proven otherwise, we consider all speculation a possibility. If this is a supernatural threat toward you, the human police can't help. What's the equivalent version of the police in the supernatural world?" Beatrice frowned. "The same thing," she said. "The supernatural law enforcement, the SLE. But like everything else in the human world, they're on full force in big cities. Here, we have only a small community, and the coven is all we've got. Jasmine is the second in charge." Beatrice said something else, but Jasmine had lost track of the conversation. Her mind wandered back to the time she was in law enforcement in London. Like Bertram, she was in the detective rank, working in the supernatural world at night and living her life as a chef in a famous restaurant during the day. It was a hectic life, but she was young and energetic then. She fed off the energy of the work and the good deeds she did in both worlds. Things went well until she killed that vampire. She had been sure it was a sound decision, until now. But everyone made mistakes, if that was indeed a mistake. "Jasmine!" Bertram called out. "Huh? The vampire club you investigated. Do they have an identity or a facade that humans see?" Jasmine nodded. "Yes, they have an operational identity for the human world. It's a motorcycle club. That'll help. If they have a shred of information registered in the normal world, I can trace them." "Let's go, Jasmine." "Go where?" "I need access to a database. My place in the city. You have to come with me." She nodded. She didn't need to ask why he wanted her presence. He thought she had no protection here, which was probably true. "What about your current case?" "As they said, they're preparing the crime scene and report, so there isn't much I can do right now. We'll use the time to look into your case." He looked toward the site. "Plus, I think you'd agree with me that the two cases are related. The problem is that we can't explain to the human police what your case is and how it relates to this one." Agreed. They walked toward their cars. "I'll arrange for new phones for us, Jasmine, and I'll tell Mia what happened," Beatrice said. "You do what you have to do." "Thank you," Jasmine said and got into Bertram's car. As they drove out, she gazed out the window. They had just lifted the body wrapped in a plastic bag from the ground. Supernatural energy hovered over it. With energy that strong, she was sure that the body didn't belong to a who, but a what. Chapter 5. Mia opened the door of her clinic to let Leonard in. He hadn't said a thing since the moment she introduced herself at the crime scene and offered her help. It was obvious he was in shock. Without even asking, she was sure he had never seen a dead body before, let alone one in such brutal condition on his own land. She didn't take a look at the body as per Landon's advice, but she was sure Leonard had seen everything. "Would you like a cup of tea or coffee? I only have common office tea and coffee, nothing fancy." Leonard looked at her. His eyes drooped with worry and confusion, and maybe a hint of sorrow. But these emotions were only what she could see using her professional judgment as a psychologist. She wished she had Jasmine's ability to read his precise emotions. Total accuracy, no guesswork, and with that would come a proper treatment plan. Leonard looked as if he'd been traumatized by the experience. But she could be wrong, and her treatment wouldn't work if he wouldn't talk to her or tell her the truth. "How did you come across this piece of land?" "I was looking for an opportunity to open a business close to Melbourne City. My realtor recommended this land. We flew in, took a look, and purchased a month ago." "What kind of business?" "Winery products. I'm not planning a vineyard. I don't plan to grow anything. But we'll make products from grape extracts and other ingredients, so the location is perfect for us. As for the exact products we'll be producing, I can't tell you. Commercial confidence, you know." "I understand. So will you still proceed with the business after this incident?" He looked at her. Then he raked his hands through his hair. "I'm not sure." "That's all right. It will take time for the whole thing to sink in." "I've never seen anything like this before." "You mean the dead body?" "No, a murder. Well, you see it in movies and all, but it's nothing like this." Mia nodded. "It would shake up anyone regardless of how strong you think you are. I've seen worse in my line of work, so if you feel like talking, I'm willing to listen. At this stage in my career, nothing I see shocks me anymore." "Me neither. I'm not shocked, really, just surprised," Leonard said. Mia could tell he was much more than surprised, but men like Leonard tended to diagnose their own psychological problems, downplaying things most of the time. She'd help him work this out, but at the same time, she needed to be certain he wasn't supernatural. "What kind of business are you doing at the moment?" "I'm in pharmaceuticals, but that has nothing to do with this current project. I also invest in stocks and real estate. In this day and age, you can't afford to put all your eggs in one basket when it comes to business investments." Mia smiled at him. "You certainly know business." Mia didn't read any supernatural energy from Leonard. He spoke like a human, thought like a human, and looked like one. She thought she'd be safe in concluding that he was indeed human. "You know this is a pretty small town, right?" He nodded. "I have no intention of selling my products to the locals, so as a business location, it'll work." He smiled, the first smile Mia had seen since she started talking to him at the crime scene. "To be honest, Leonard, I think you look very uneasy about what you saw. Shocks like this sometimes take a while to be absorbed. If you begin to feel uneasy, I'm available to talk you through this." He leaned back in his chair and looked at her. "Thank you, Dr. Lee." Mia, I've lived most of my life in the biggest cities in the world. I've dealt with all kinds of people and businesses. I had a private shrink when I had my office in the U.S. So, although I appreciate your offer, I think I can handle the sight of a dead body. I would be lying if I said it wasn't disturbing. But trust me, in the grand scheme of things, this is just a little surprise." Mia nodded. "As I said, the symptoms of shock may take a while to come out. But if you're fine, as you said, then that's great." She pulled out her notebook. "I work as a consultant for the police. I'll bill the station for my time. Let me just take some notes here to complete my report." "Okay," Mia spoke as she wrote. "This is the first time you've been to Gisborne and you had no prior knowledge about the land or the town before this business venture." "Yes, this is my first time here. But I did my research on the land and the location. I do that before starting any business, so I know a little about it via that research, When I came here, I was familiar with the area and knew a bit more about the town than I thought I did. The body certainly didn't surface in my research. The town had no history or connection to crime or violence. That's why I was surprised when I found it. Mia nodded again. I understand. I'll note that you were surprised to find the body, but not shocked by it. Does that sound right? Perfect. He stood. May I leave now? Are you superstitious? Excuse me. I mean, some people might take finding a dead body on their property as a sign of bad luck. Leonard chuckled. Oh, no, not at all. I don't pay much attention to religion, superstition, or anything like that. Mia nodded and took notes. There is one thing that is a bit strange, though, said Leonard. I'm sure the police documented it, but I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. And what was that, Leonard? The body was mutilated beyond recognition. It was admittedly disturbing. But the hand of the person was almost normal, except for the pale color of the skin, which would be expected on a dead body, I guess. But the hand was holding a heart and some leaves. I know it sounds disgusting, but the heart looked fresh. Mia kept her expression neutral, but she knew what his words meant. Leonard was susceptible to the supernatural world. Whether that was the reason the body was put on his land, she didn't know for sure. But what he had just described sounded almost exactly like the threat Jasmine had received in the box. A heart and vines. Chapter 6. Jasmine remembered this street. She'd driven down it when following Bertram's instructions to the apartment of a suspect they had investigated in the previous case. The difference was that she had been at the wheel last time, but now she was a passenger, a much better and more pleasant position to be in. Do you remember the street? Bertram asked. Yes, but I have a better view of it now that I don't have to drive. He smiled. You don't like driving too much, do you? Not my favorite activity, but I manage. She enjoyed the street view so much that she absently inhaled, as if absorbing what she saw into her memory and storing it there. She knew Bertram saw her reaction, but he kept quiet and let her enjoy the moment. A pleasing feeling from him spilled over to her. She smiled inwardly but said nothing. He drove for 5 minutes along the boulevard flanked by mature trees. Autumn flowers bloomed, swaying in the gentle rhythm of the breezes. Melbourne was famous for having 4 seasons in the same day. Jasmine saw it happening right in front of her. The pleasant blue sky darkened several shades, and the wind started to blow harder, picking up the fallen leaves and dust on the road. This is where you work? Bertram chuckled. No, the station is in the city, in a hideous little laneway. This is where I live. You said you needed to access a database. I thought it would be at the police station. Yes, the police do have databases, but I have no intention of using them for your case, and I doubt we can find useful information in the central database regarding the threat to you and what happened in Gisborne. I'm sure there's no category for werewolves and vampires or any kind of phenomena like that in a common database. Does that mean there's a special database for paranormal cases? Not quite that black and white. I heard a rumor the police have databases for specialized groups, but I have nothing to do with that. I have my own private sources. We need those sources for your case. Another reason we're going to my apartment instead of the central police is because of security. Before we figure out what's going on in Gisborne and why you're targeted, and before I can get you official protection from the police, you'll have to hang around with me, and my place is a lot safer than public places. You'll see. He grinned at her. He should trademark that grin, she thought. She wondered, except for his fiancée, Grace, how many girls had fallen for that generous smile of his. He turned onto a small side street, then drove along another narrow street until he stopped at a wall-sized steel roller door that opened halfway when he approached. This is the back of the building, and we're entering the car park. In this apartment block, the first 10 floors are car parks. She nodded. He parked in a designated lot on level 4. They then exited the lot into a long corridor that was covered in lush carpet. The elevator opened when he swiped a chip on his keyring. Jasmine used to live in a high-rise in London and was familiar with the security process. The chip would grant the residents access to only their own floor. She understood now what Bertram was thinking. He thought this security system would give her a little more protection. He didn't like her place at the vineyard because of its lack of security. She wished he could have seen her when she was on duty in London. She was a tough nut to crack for any supernatural criminal who happened to be unlucky enough to be under her investigation. She didn't need Bertram to protect her like she was a helpless human citizen. The elevator gave a cheery ping at level 26. "How many levels are there in this building?" she asked. 114. I'm on one of the lower levels, but that's all I can afford." She was sure an apartment here was worth 4 of her cabins in the resort. Unlike other apartments she had seen and disliked, where hotel-like corridors were flanked by banks of identical doors, and the only way one could tell the difference between apartments was the numbers on the doors. This apartment block was different. The corridor zigzagged, and each apartment was nestled in a small corner that kept the entry private. It was obviously a luxury complex, but there were individual touches. Although all the apartment owners conformed to the building's general colors and aesthetic scheme in the common areas, each resident had added a personal touch to their door. Some had given their apartment a name. Some had artwork displayed or flowers on their doorsteps. Some had funny doormats, and others had charming decorative doorknobs or doorbells. As they stood in front of number 10, Jasmine smiled. There was nothing except a plain door painted in a dark color. "What?" he asked. To be fair, she could read his emotions and not the other way around. It was natural that he felt a little unsettled when he saw her reaction to the door of his apartment. "Nothing. I was just wondering what sort of ornaments you'd have hanging on your door." "I'm relieved that there are none," he laughed. "Not on this door, Jasmine, but I might have some hidden in the closet," he said as he pushed the door open. His apartment was stunning. He had good taste, contemporary, minimalist, and in addition to that, a floor-to-ceiling window with a view of the botanical garden and the bay in the distance. It was a dream view that her vineyard accommodations would never have. But what stopped her at the door was not the view or the apartment decor, but the storm of supernatural energy inside. There were different kinds of supernatural energy, and they weren't all bad. They existed in certain locations or around specific individuals for different reasons. "If you don't come in without my explicit invitation, I'll start thinking you're a vampire, Jasmine." She gazed at the hovering energy that manifested itself as clouds and felt her adrenaline surge so high she thought it might get out of control. She heard Bertram say something else and tried to come up with a reasonable response. Nothing came to mind. Chapter 7. Beatrice left the front door ajar and entered the hallway of her house, home to her and many of the beloved pets in the area during the day. She had built Paws Academy because she loved animals and working with them was something she enjoyed doing. But after a while, it grew into a proper business, and that came with its own problems, dealing with customers and handling business routines. When Jasmine called in the morning regarding the box she'd received and the threat it implied, Beatrice didn't cancel school for the day. Rather, she arranged for alternate curriculum activities for the pets. Libby Wyatt, her assisting teacher, lived just a few blocks from the school. She was finishing her vet degree at the university and was doing an internship at Paws Academy. Beatrice knew she didn't have much to offer Libby in terms of professional development. But what Paws Academy did provide was consistent and unlimited access to the cutest furry pets in town, an offer Libby couldn't find elsewhere. And because Beatrice now had her to rely on, she didn't have to shut down the school when emergencies like this cropped up. Libby loved animals, but her love didn't translate into a cash-rich professional career, according to Libby's parents. So she had decided to attend the university to study to be a veterinarian. Once she graduated, she would be overqualified for places like Paws Academy. But for now, Libby's internship was good for Beatrice. When she called in the morning, Beatrice hadn't expected to be back until the end of the day. She had instructed Libby to take all the pets to the nearby park for outdoor activities and agility skills. After that, Libby took them to visit the pet school in the next town so that the animals could socialize. But now Beatrice had a strange feeling that an animal was in the house. She hoped Libby hadn't left one behind. The poor thing would be starving if it had been in the house by itself all morning. She didn't think Libby would make such a mistake. But if not, that would mean that whatever was there now wasn't one of her animal students. She concentrated and blasted out a scanning spell. It was a spell she was proud of because even Jasmine couldn't get it to work. Nothing bounced back. So what was that strange feeling? After she'd been attacked by a half-transparent shapeshifter in this house, Jasmine had worked with her to come up with a protective spell. The spell was so strong she doubted even a supernatural ant could get in if such a creature existed. But clearly there was something in the house. She grabbed the fireplace poker. Not that she intended to use it, but the tool would serve as an effective weapon if she ran into an aggressive intruder. She tiptoed up the stairs to her living quarters. When she reached the landing at the top, she heard a low growl that was definitely not from any of the ordinary pets she had at the school. As she got above the ground floor, she had a clear view of the living area below. Max and Coco were in a stare-off with a large werewolf. It swayed back and forth, a low growl in its throat. Max was a husky puppy, and Coco was a beautiful gray chartreux cat. She had found them abandoned in a basket in front of a pet shop in the shopping mall before it opened. As her actions weren't entirely legal, she hadn't declared Max and Coco to the authorities and kept them at the school. And now Max and Coco were intimidating a werewolf 20 times bigger than the two of them combined. Max hunched down and bared his teeth, but he didn't growl. Coco, sitting upright, thumped her tail heavily on the floor in rhythm, once on the left, once on the right. Beatrice crept back down the stairs, gripping the steel poker tighter and preparing for an attack. If the wolf tried to lunge at Max and Coco, it would have to answer to her first. The wolf was large but stealthy. It whirled around in the room, but it didn't strike any of the furniture. Its hair stood on end. It seemed to be strategizing about how to efficiently take on her pets. If it went for Max, then it would get hit by Coco. The cat's teeth wouldn't be a threat for a wolf of its size, but her claws could take out its eyes, and that would be a significant threat. The wolf's size was useless if it was blind. And if it went for Coco, although Max was a puppy, he was a pure husky with very sharp teeth. As if it was done with play and had run out of patience, the wolf suddenly stopped pacing and leaped at Max. The puppy jumped aside. The wolf missed him, but Coco didn't miss the wolf. She hopped onto its back, climbed to its neck. She hissed, and her front leg reached high from behind the wolf's head, aiming for the eye. "Hey!" Beatrice ran down the rest of the stairs and pointed the fireplace poker at the wolf. "Stand still. One wrong move and I'll pierce your skull with this. And it's a lot sharper than Coco's claws." The wolf tried to shake Coco from its back. As soon as it heard Beatrice, it calmed down. And now, at her command, it stood still. "Coco, come back to me. Don't hurt the wolf. There will be no fighting in my house." Coco's green eyes sparked with a shade of satisfaction at her small victory. She jumped down to the floor. Her tail brushed the wolf's face as she departed the scene. Beatrice observed the wolf. It was fully grown with all the frightening features of a werewolf. But it didn't have red eyes or fangs capable of tearing off a human head. In fact, this one looked quite friendly. Its dark eyes bothered her. It looked for a moment as if there were tears in those eyes. This might be a very young werewolf. Mia had told her that in the werewolf world, when a human was made a were-creature, their supernatural age and ability were like those of a newborn, and it didn't matter how old they were as a human. Beatrice had a feeling she was looking at a baby wolf. That was why it couldn't fight off Max and Coco. They were effectively older and more experienced. She put the poker down. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. If you behave and don't try to hurt Max and Coco, we can talk things out, okay? Now just sit down and—" The wolf sat. "It did what I asked," she thought. "Raise your front right leg," she directed. The werewolf obeyed. Beatrice approached the wolf and looked into its unusual dark eyes. She felt a tear roll down her face. She wiped it away. She thought she knew who this wolf was. "Lucienne, is it you?" The wolf couldn't speak, but its eyes gave her all the answers she needed. This werewolf was indeed her beautiful Lucien. He had just turned into a werewolf. When it happened, he couldn't control the transition. To help him manage the changes without killing humans, Beatrice had cast a submissive spell on him. He was fine after that. Lucien was Mia's cousin, and although both of them were deadliners in the werewolf clan, Mia was able to reconnect with the pack so they could provide him with proper preparation to survive on his own. Beatrice didn't realize her submissive spell would have such a long-term effect on him. It must have affected his progress with the pack. She hoped they hadn't expelled him. As a human, he was older than her, an attractive artist she'd always had a crush on. But as a werewolf, he was just a baby. He looked magnificent in his full wolf form. "I know you can't speak right now, but you're here and not at Mia or Jasmine's place, so you obviously need my help. Give me a sec." She ran to the next room and grabbed the alphabet toy box that she used to teach the pets to communicate. Admittedly, she had never succeeded, and the pets disliked these lessons. But it was important now to try it with Lucien. She poured the contents of the box out on the floor. "I'm sure that your mind is somewhere inside that head, Lucien. Tell me what I can do for you." Lucien began to paw through the pile of plastic letters. He used his paws to form words. "Ask me to." Then he took the S and T off ask and to and used them in a new word, shift. It then dawned on Beatrice that someone must have tweaked her spell and locked it in him. He had shifted before, but now he couldn't do it without her command. "Shift back to your human form," she said. He hunched down, and the change began immediately. The transition seemed to be painful. Based on what Mia had told her, that wasn't normal. Shapeshifters shifted all the time, and it shouldn't hurt. When the change was complete, he flopped onto the floor, exhausted and shivering. She raced to her bedroom and grabbed a blanket. She wrapped him up and then cranked up the gas heater. "It's okay. Everything will be fine," she said. "Get some rest. We can talk about this later." She brushed aside the stray hair on his forehead and saw his beautiful dark eyes looking back at her. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome." In his delirium, before drifting off, he whispered, "Tell Jasmine the Heart of Stone is coming for her." Then he completely shut down. Chapter 8. Jasmine wasn't afraid of the eerie clouds inside Bertram's apartment. On the contrary, she wanted to clear them from his place. They were supernatural, but more precisely, there were spirits in them. They felt friendly, but spirits were notoriously unstable and could sometimes be quite devious. And they weren't supposed to surround humans, let alone reside in someone's apartment. When she was with the supernatural law enforcement, all she had to do was to pull out her SLE badge and the spirits would run off to a different plane before she had a chance to announce her credentials. And once she sanctioned them, they stayed far away from both the general community and the supernatural world for eternity. Being sanctioned was bad business for most supernatural creatures. But Jasmine was no longer in the SLE. She had no professional credentials now, so she quickly summoned a repellent spell and blasted it throughout Bertram's place. To her surprise, it worked, but she didn't know if it would be permanent or temporary. Jasmine. Huh? She realized she was still standing at the door of his apartment. "Oh, sorry, I just realized I need to dash out for a new phone. I can't function without one." "Who can?" he said with a smile. "Mia sent a message for you to my phone." "When?" "When you were admiring my door frame." She stepped into his spacious living room. Bertram handed his phone to her. The text said, "Bertram, could you please pass this on to Jasmine? Leonard, the new owner of the land, might be supernatural." He saw the heart and the vines in the dead body's hand. He didn't seem to know that an ordinary human should see only a stone. Jasmine responded, "I'm going out to get a new phone. We'll text you when done. Don't rush into any action with Leonard. Take Max and Coco with you the next time you go near the site or Leonard." She sent the message and returned the phone to Bertram without deleting the text. It was his phone, and he was privy to the information in it. Why take Max and Coco? He asked when he read her text. They can sense supernatural energy. In fact, they reacted to Lucienne long before we detected anything. Bertram nodded. I know you want to get a phone, but while we're here, I'd like to send a sketch of the Vines logo you mentioned to my friend. He's an expert in the symbolic whatnots of cults and subcultural groups. He lives in a different time zone, so if we shoot him a picture now, he'll have it when he wakes up. His time. Do you think you can whip up a sketch? Sure. He pointed to a desk in a small nook at the far right corner of the room. The desk is yours. Use whatever you need, he said, then headed toward the stone kitchen counter to the left of the open-plan living area. The kitchen was done in a snow-white marble that had subtle light gray veins running through it. The cabinets were built into the wall, and the stools lining the island faced the glass wall with a view of the garden and the bay. There was a coffee machine built into the cabinets. I use Levon's coffee, is that okay? Jasmine smiled. They make good coffee. He knew they both drank it long black if the coffee was high quality, so he prepared 2 cups while Jasmine worked at the desk. It took her a couple of minutes to complete the sketch, and when she was finished, she took it over to the kitchen. She handed it to Bertram in exchange for the coffee. He looked at her drawing. Jasmine knew that look. You asked if I could sketch. You didn't ask if I could do it well. It's not too bad. May I just fine-tune it a little bit? It will scan better. If we send a better image, Miracle will be able to get us results faster. What kind of miracle are you hoping for? He chuckled. That's my friend's name, Jim Miracle. She sipped the coffee and gave her approval. Bertram went to his desk to work on the sketch. She liked watching him work. Careful. Meticulous. She was about to walk over to see what he had done with the drawing when she caught a glimpse of the spirit clouds outside the glass window. They hovered there, as if looking for a way back in. She had blasted them out just a minute ago and hadn't had a chance to reinforce her repellent spell with more strength. But there was no way she was going to let them break in. She placed her coffee down on the kitchen counter and took a quick glance at Bertram. He was focused on the sketch. To cast this strong spell, she needed her hands. She raised them into the air, flicked her fingers, and blasted 2 strong spells toward the clouds outside. They distorted, dissolved, and then bounced back to hang over the high-rise on the other side of the street. She could see the faint outline of a woman's face, as large as Bertram's window, hiding in the cloud. The eyes were dark red, staring at her in anger. Jasmine raised an eyebrow in challenge and saw a subtle smile lift the corners of the woman's mouth. Bertram, while you're taking care of that, I'm going to pop down to the phone shop. I saw one on the way in. I'll walk you down. I don't need an escort, Bertram. I'll be back before the coffee gets cold. Are you sure? More than sure. I might take a short stroll around the block, too. I love the autumn trees. He smiled. All right, and since you're getting a phone, please call me if you get lost. Also, take this. He removed the key chip from his key ring and gave it to her. Without it, the elevator won't bring you back up, and I doubt your magic would help. Is that a challenge? I don't joke around when it comes to security. Please take the key and come back as soon as you can, he said. It looks like Jim is online now, so I'd like to talk to him about your case. Do you think you can save the sightseeing for next time and just grab the phone and get back here? Jasmine glanced at the window. The spirit was still there. Apparently Bertram couldn't see it. Otherwise, he would have probably freaked out by now. Her spell would keep it out for at least a day, but then it would come back inside. Jasmine had to put this stray spirit away permanently. As for how, she'd have to figure that out when she met it face to face. She looked at Bertram. Okay, I promise I'll be back shortly. The FaceTime notification sounded on Bertram's phone, and Jim Miracle's ID appeared on the screen. Say hi to Jim for me, said Jasmine, then waved a goodbye and exited the apartment. Chapter 9. Jasmine stepped outside the building. She glanced up at the high rise on the other side of the street where the cloud hovered at the top floor. The woman's face stared into Bertram's apartment before the misty vapor started to descend from the top of the building to the street where mundane humans went about their business. Jasmine knew it would be difficult to perform magic in public, and the spirit faced the same dilemma. Both moved among ordinary humans on a daily basis, and neither wanted to create a scene. The difference was that humans could see Jasmine, but the spirit was invisible to them. If Jasmine spoke aloud, it would look like she was talking to herself. She walked towards South Melbourne, where the phone shop was located. There were a few quiet streets that way, so she thought maybe there would be a chance to have a proper conversation. She had almost reached the shop. The spirit still hovered in the air, moving from building to building, following her from above. It was just a 3-minute walk from the South Bank high-rise area, but South Melbourne was completely different. Charming old cottages and heritage houses were nestled along narrow, tree-lined streets. Across from a tram stop and behind 2 adjacent houses was a small alleyway. Jasmine turned into the alley, and as she predicted, the clouds descended to the cobblestone street. "Who are you?" Jasmine asked the white cloud, which thickened as she spoke. The woman's face shrank to normal human size as she materialized in full form and walked out from the haze. She stood, her feet a few inches above the street. Jasmine could see the woman clearly, but she knew mundane humans wouldn't be able to see her. "Witch! You have no authority here." "I know SLE's rules, and you're breaking them. You're at risk of being sanctioned." She laughed. "By whom? If there is any kind of law enforcement around here, I will be happy to obey their rules." "There is always law enforcement. Do you want me to prove they exist? Because if they find out that you took residence in a human's home, you'll be in deep trouble." The woman flew through the air at Jasmine. Jasmine had experience with spirits, but they had never been this aggressive. Had she known, she wouldn't have bothered to try reason. She raised her hands and blasted out a cold breeze. The woman was wrapped up in a blanket of ice except for her head, and her body hovered horizontally above the ground. Jasmine's newfound ability seemed to work quite well. "If this had happened a few years ago," said Jasmine, "I would have sent you to a place that would make you wish you were dead." The woman laughed. The skin of her face cracked as if she had just aged 1,000 years. "Honey, I'm already dead, many times over. You know nothing, kid. You may have a few tricks up your sleeve that allow you to protect a human's house for a few hours, but do you really think you can tell me what I can and can't do?" "Pretty much," Jasmine said and approached the woman. "If you don't want me to notify the authorities, you will have to leave that residence, never to return." A smile spread across the woman's face. "You like that boy, don't you?" "Bertram isn't a boy, and I am not a kid. You have no idea how many supernatural creatures I've killed. I know that a spirit like you has probably lived for thousands of years, but that doesn't mean my generation can't control you. You can't control me." As she spoke, the ice wrap exploded. The force blew Jasmine several feet away, and she felt as if she had been hit by a truck. She rolled across the cobblestone like a rag doll. The spirit leaped over to sit on top of her. It had returned to cloud form, but it was substantially heavier than the weight of a cloud. It squeezed her neck and pressed down on her chest so that she couldn't breathe. To cast a spell strong enough to remove herself from the situation, she needed to use her hands, which weren't free at the moment. It was too late for that. She couldn't move. She could feel her energy leaving her. It was getting much harder to breathe, and her mind started to go numb. Like humans and other creatures, witches could be killed, but she never thought death would come to her this soon. Ding, ding, ding. A tram traveled past the alley, ringing its bell at a jaywalker. She didn't know if the sound of the bell startled the dead weight on top of her, or if it was the fact that someone was walking down the alley, but the pressure on Jasmine lifted. Taking advantage of that fraction of a second of freedom, Jasmine rolled to her right and jumped to her feet. Jasmine hadn't planned it, but she was wearing her work shoes from back in the old days. They were almost like carrying a concealed weapon. She swung a kick as hard as she could at the cloud. One good strike, and the spirit fell with a thud. She raised her left palm, an ingrained habit. It was how she used to show her badge. She no longer had the job, but when she retired, she was given a single privilege. The badge hovered glowing over her palm. The spirit knew it faced a certain eternal death, yet it lay still and waited. Jasmine looked down at the crumbling, disintegrating body. I don't want to waste my privilege on your death. Go away and never come back here. If you come anywhere near Bertram or his people again, I won't call SLE. I'll execute you myself. The clouds lifted and hovered, and the woman's face appeared in them again. She nodded in appreciation. The whole fleet of clouds vanished as if it had never existed. Jasmine did a quick mental inventory of her injuries. No internal damage. All organs where they should be. No bones broken, which was good news, because broken bones took a long time to heal. Her jeans were torn at the right knee, and her knee was scraped and bleeding. Her right elbow, too, but nothing serious. Happy with her condition, she limped over to the shop to buy a new cell phone. Chapter 10. It's not the best sketch, I know, but I need the info ASAP, Bertram said to Jim via FaceTime. Jim looked at the screen. I've never gotten a request from you that wasn't urgent. Let me know if your priorities change so that I can organize my own life and not have to put all of your requests at the top of my to-do list. Bertram smiled. You like doing my jobs because they're the most exciting ones. Jim grunted a response, neither acknowledging nor denying Bertram's statement. Bertram was used to his friend's manner. The more Jim concentrated on something, the bigger his lack of communication would get. Jim looked down again at the sketch and then back up at Bertram. Bertram's stomach did a somersault, and he didn't like it. Remember the Eastern European Motorcycle Club and the extinct Satanism cult? I told you the tattoo you asked me to look into in the last case could be either, right? Bertram nodded. And before you ask, what we found leaned toward the latter. But the connection to the cult was not inclusive, and we still have one involved person missing. See, that's what I'm worried about. It doesn't matter how notorious the motorcycle gang is, because in that case, we're dealing with humans. But if you're saying the scenarios lean towards supernatural phenomenon, then it could be tricky. If this has to do with the cult, then it's not too bad. I still have info from the last case. Jim shook his head. This is worse. The cult is listed as extinct, probably because they've been wiped out by their heads. The Satanism cult was one branch of a larger group called Red Phantom. You won't find any real info about them in your police database, because they're supernatural. They operate in the human world under different facades, but mainly nightclubs and motorcycle clubs. Why is Red Phantom worse than the Satanism cult? They're hardcore supernatural. I mean, they're the real deal. Untouchable by ordinary police. And when it comes to criminal activity, they leverage power from the two worlds. I know cases where ordinary humans were murdered, but then the police couldn't do anything about it because they couldn't explain what happened. Even if they knew who did it, they can't exactly put an imp in a human jail, right? Are they imps? No, Bertram, I made that up. I don't know what kind of supernaturals they are, and that's where the problem lies. So if we can find someone working in law enforcement for the supernaturals, would that help? Is there such a thing? Come on, you obviously believe that there's a supernatural world. So if we have order in this ordinary human world, don't you think it's only logical that they would have their own system and order? Fair enough. Bertram's phone rang. Hang on, this is the medical examiner. I'll take his call and put him on speaker. Jump on our internet chat so you can hear us. Will do, Jim said and logged off FaceTime. Landon, where are we with the body? I'm afraid it's delayed. You can see it tomorrow, I guarantee. Why the delay? The body is more damaged than we thought, said Landon. It might have reacted to some kind of chemical, or maybe he was poisoned with something. His flesh started to melt right before our eyes. We're trying to get as much info as possible. If everything evaporates, we won't even be able to identify the body. Evaporates? The body was underground when it was found, and it wasn't melting then. Are you saying it started after it was exposed to the air? I don't know, but it's a valid theory. Anyway, I've got to go now so I can get everything I can before there's nothing left. All right, keep me posted. Thank you, Landon. Bertram hung up the phone, then relayed the information about the box that was sent to Jasmine and the heart and stone connection to Jim. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed at his throbbing temple. Jasmine was in supernatural law enforcement years ago. She calls it the SLE. If Red Phantom is that powerful, and if the group wants to kill Jasmine, why go to all the trouble of killing another person, letting the body be discovered, and sending her the box with the stone and vines? Jim shook his head. The reason I said that this group is the worst supernatural scenario we have to deal with is precisely for that reason. They're large and influential. When there's that much power playing around, there are bound to be internal conflicts, just like in the human world. Not only that, when they leverage power from the human world, someone powerful in the human world will want a piece of the pie, whatever that pie may be. Bertram nodded. Okay, I'll talk to Jasmine about it and get back to you. Yep, I just shot you the list of possible supernatural entities associated with Red Phantom. Bertram checked the emails on his phone. You sent me a list of more than 500. A little filtering would have been tremendously helpful. Given all of the variables you just gave me and factoring in what's going on in Gisborne, that's a filtered list. That's why I told you this Red Phantom is a bad deal. Their association is like a spider web, and I haven't even added the shamans who make toxins for these supernatural associations to that list. They could possibly create something that melts a body like the medical examiner just said. Let's leave them out for now. I'll focus on the main issue. What's the main issue? The dead body or the threat to this Jasmine you have a crush on? I do not have a crush on her. Our relationship is strictly professional. You should see your face when you say her name. Your eyes say it all, and you're a lousy liar. Get out of here. You're a free man. I assume she's a free woman, unless you still have a thing for Grace. Stop analyzing my personal life. There was a beep from a door being opened. Bertram knew it was Jasmine. Okay, I've got to go. He waved a goodbye and logged off. When he looked up at the door, Jasmine came limping in, her jeans torn at the right knee, and her knee and right elbow bleeding. He stood up from his desk. Do I need to take you to the hospital? No, nothing serious. I won't ask what happened if you don't want to tell me, he said as he walked toward his medicine cabinet for the first aid kit. Your wounds need to be dressed properly or they'll get infected. You can take care of your knee, but I'll have to do your elbow. He looked at her. You can either take your clothes off or I can cut the jean leg in your sleeve. I love these jeans. What about the shirt? I love that too. He nodded and gestured toward the bathroom. Right, clothes off then. You can get changed in there. I have clean clothes in some smaller sizes that should fit you. Don't worry about clothes. I can use a bath towel. Okay, there are clean towels in the cabinet in the bathroom. Thanks. He sat on the sofa, waiting for her to get changed. He inhaled a deep breath, then exhaled. Stay cool, Bertram. You're better than it is. You can control it, he told himself. The psychologist he had seen when he was a kid, the one and only psychologist he'd ever seen, had given him this trick to control his temper. It had worked for him for years, and he was counting on it to work now. Jasmine's injuries enraged him. Whatever she said to him to explain it or convince him to believe otherwise, he knew it had something to do with him. She had been behaving strangely since the second she arrived. She kept looking out the window. Then she asked to go out by herself. He didn't know what she did while gone, but just 15 minutes ago, he felt the air in the room shift as if something had lifted. Not that the air had felt heavy before, but he sensed something had changed in his apartment. And then she came home with the injuries. There was nothing he disliked more than someone getting hurt to protect him. He served and protected. That was his job. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window again. It seemed misty outside, which was strange given the forecast. A couple of low clouds flew past the window. He had never seen clouds so close to the ground before. This was level 26, not 106. Jasmine stepped out from the bathroom. He turned for a few seconds to show her the laundry room just in case she wanted to wash her clothes. When he turned back to the sofa, the clouds in front of the window had cleared away. Chapter 11. Beatrice pulled the blanket up to Lucien's neck. She had managed to carry him to the bed, but she couldn't get any clothes on him, so the blanket was the best she could do to keep him warm. He had stopped shivering and seemed to have settled into a deep sleep. She heard Mia's footsteps rushing up the stairs. Her friend came over to stand beside her next to the bed. Mia looked at Lucien, lying there unconscious. "Are you sure he's just sleeping?" Beatrice looked at her friend. "You tell me. You know were creatures better than I do. I didn't put him to sleep, but he did ask me to command him to shift, and he was in unspeakable pain during the shifting process." "He shouldn't have been in that much pain." "I know, and he's supposed to be able to do it himself, right? So I think someone in your family's pack did something to him. Or he never made it to them. I'll call them and find out. Have you told Jasmine?" "No, not yet. I'd like to find out a bit more before I say anything. Before he passed out, Lucien told me to tell Jasmine the Heart of Stone is coming for her." Mia frowned. Is the Heart of Stone an actual thing, or is he talking about the threat? "That's exactly what I wanted to know. He didn't have time to elaborate on anything before he was like this," she said, pointing to Lucien's sleeping body. "He might have heard rumors about the threat, and that's what he meant. Or maybe Heart of Stone is the name of a supernatural organization that's after Jasmine." Mia nodded. "Getting this wrong will be a disaster. Either way, the threat is to Jasmine, so I think she's better off with Bertram for now. Let's figure this out before we call her. There are 2 things we need to know. Why William sold the land he promised not to sell, and who Leonard Bryan really is." Beatrice grabbed the phone and her purse. "I'll talk to William." "No, you stay here with Lucien. We can't leave him like this in the house by himself." "Agreed, Mia, but I can't let you go see William by yourself. He's spooky, and you don't do magic. So I'll take William and you handle Leonard." "I'll need to borrow Max and Coco when I go to see Leonard. Jasmine said they'll help confirm whether he's supernatural." Beatrice nodded. "Sure, they like you." She turned around and saw Coco and Max waiting for Mia at the stairs. "They like you more than I thought." "Thanks. Please wait until Lucien wakes up before you go to see William." "I will." As soon as the door closed behind Mia, Beatrice rushed to her medicine cabinet. She didn't want to do it, but it was a better option than sitting at home and doing nothing or having Lucien wake when she wasn't here. She grabbed a sleeping potion she'd made. It wasn't a drug, but rather an herb-based medicine that would be both triggered and resolved by her spell. By using it, she could control when Lucien woke. She poured the potion between his lips and then called her intern, Libby. "Yes." Libby sounded winded, like she'd been running. "What's up, Libby?" "B-I-S-C." Bessie was a young and very naughty black poodle. She had been with the school for about a month and hadn't had much training. "Don't chase her, Libby," said Beatrice. "But we're in the park and she's running off." "She just wants your attention. Don't chase her. Just sit down and give the other pets treats." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Within 5 seconds, Libby was giggling into the phone. "You're right. She's coming back to me." "Princess," she said to the dog, and then, "What's up, Beatrice?" "I got your text about Max and Coco wanting to stay home. They're with Mia now. Can I ask you to skip the last leg of the field trip and take the pets home, please?" "Sure. Be at the school in 10. 10 minutes was enough. She rushed to her medicine box and pulled out some potions and rare herbs that she hadn't used for a long time. She mixed them quickly, chanting her spells at the same time. She wanted to create extra protection for Lucien and Jasmine. Lucien wasn't equipped to deal with magic. As for Jasmine, she could handle it, and she could do some of the spells better than Beatrice. But Jasmine had so many things going on right now that were distracting her. Beatrice knew Jasmine had dealt with some serious dark magic in the past, but she had been out of the field for a long time, and nobody knew how much the supernatural world had changed. She couldn't be too careful. She placed the magical mixed herbs into 2 small pendants and attached each of them to leather bracelets. She put one on Lucien and shoved the other one in her pocket to give to Jasmine. As soon as she finished, she heard Libby and the entire school of pets enter through the front door. Beatrice grabbed her purse and went downstairs. "Lucien's here," she told Libby. "He's not feeling very well and is resting upstairs. Can you keep all the pets downstairs and keep an eye on him for me?" "Sure. When will you be back?" "Not long, hopefully, before school finishes. But if I can't make it back in time, could you see to the parents picking up the pets?" "I can, but I can't stay much longer than that. I have to pick some friends up at the airport. They're doing an internship at Jasmine's Vineyard this term. They're coming all the way from Europe. And getting to Gisborne and to the Vines and Soul isn't exactly easy." "When do they land?" "An hour after school finishes." "Okay, I'll try to be back here before that. If I can't, I'll call and make arrangements for your friends to be picked up. What are their names?" "Nathan and Fiona. I'm sure Lisa is on top of this internship. She wouldn't be managing Vines and Soul if she didn't know all the Vineyard's business." "Oh yes, totally. She interviewed Nathan and Fiona last month." "I'll call Lisa if I can't be back here in time. Just please don't leave before I'm back, okay?" "Yes, sure. Oh, Bessie!" Libby screamed as she rushed after the poodle, which had made her way upstairs. "No worries, she'll be back soon," Beatrice said to herself. In a few seconds, just as Libby had reached the staircase, Bessie raced down the steps. She whimpered and nuzzled Libby's legs. Beatrice shook her head and left. It didn't surprise her to see that the poodle was afraid of the sleeping werewolf she had upstairs. Chapter 12. Jasmine didn't like what she'd heard from Bertram. His friend, Jim Miracle, had given him a list of more than 500 of Red Phantom's associates and allies, and Bertram fully intended to go through them and find the connection to the threat she'd received. The list didn't surprise her. She had noted the connection with Red Phantom right from the beginning. But Red Phantom's network was a sleeping bear that one should never poke. She left her SLE job and the life she had had because of that. She made a promise, and she planned to keep it, no matter what. "Is there a problem with the list?" Bertram asked, glancing at it when she handed it back to him. "It's a long one. It'll take time to go through it. I might just take your offer to use your washer to clean my clothes." "Sure." Bertram put the list on his desk and went to the laundry room to assist her. By her gauge, there were at least 10 names on that list he didn't need to see. Jasmine's brain was running 300 miles an hour, trying to think of a way to get rid of those 10 names without causing damage. She could use magic, but that was where the potential damage would come from. "Did you recognize any names on the list?" she asked nonchalantly. "No, it's more likely that you'll recognize them." She shrugged. "I'll take a look. Did Landon contact you about the body?" "Yes, indeed. He said it's evaporating. They can't stop it, so they're doing their best to get as much as they can from it before it vanishes. They're not ready for us to see it today." She nodded. "So tomorrow then, it will give us a bit of time to finish this. I'll call Mia to pick me up tonight." "No, I'll take you back. Would Mia and Beatrice be able to camp at your place tonight?" "They don't need to do that." "Jasmine, you don't seem to get the idea of a threat. A dead body was found that was holding the same kind of threat message you received. I don't know what you did in supernatural law enforcement, but in the ordinary world, if you get a death threat, you get put into protective custody. So, if your friends can't be with you, I'll have to be. And if you don't want me there, then I'll call the Central Police." "And tell them what?" "That you received a death threat, and I'll provide them with evidence later. They'll take my word for now." The determination in his eyes told her she was wasting her time arguing. She wasn't going to be able to shake him off her case, so she needed to work on shaking Red Phantom's associates off the list before all hell broke loose. "Okay, let's do one thing at a time. You want me to go through the list to see if I recognize any names?" "Yes, please. And I also have the database of information I've collected over the year. If you could match that information with any names you recognize, that would be terrific. With that, I can trace any criminal link as long as they live on Earth." She nodded. "Sure, I can do that. Now, given that I have no clothes and can't go anywhere, do you have any food here? If you give me permission, I'll put something together using that wonderful kitchen over there." He glanced at his watch. It was almost time for an early dinner, and neither of them had had any food all day. "I'm so sorry. This kitchen is useless even with your magical cooking skills. All I have in the fridge is milk and water. I'll go get us something." "How's pizza?" "I know it's probably not your preference, but it's convenient. We live next to the best pizza joint in Melbourne." She grinned at him. "I like pizza, if it's done properly." "Perfect. What would you like?" "They make gourmet pizzas." He grabbed a menu from the top drawer in his kitchen cabinet. "I'm a regular, so they'll deliver for me no matter what the size of the order." She smiled and looked at the menu. "First of all, I'd like a very thin base and 50% less cheese than usual." "Sure." "Can we get the seafood topping?" "Yes, that's my favorite." "Right, so that's what we'll do. Tell them they can make their usual pizza with a few changes. Could you please tell them to use fresh tomato, not tomato paste, and to replace the garlic with pesto if they have fresh pesto?" "Sure." Bertram grabbed the phone and was about to dial. "As far as herbs go, no basil. Extra anchovies, extra fresh mushrooms, and if they can replace the mixed seafood topping with salmon, that would be great. And also, we're after real salmon, not smoked, not frozen, and not imported. If they don't have good salmon, then they can replace the seafood topping with prawns. Just no mixed seafood." Bertram forfeited the idea of ordering the takeout over the phone. "I think I'm better off going there and giving them your instructions in person. I'll be back shortly." "Thank you." Jasmine waited for 30 seconds to be sure Bertram didn't come back into the apartment. He might be annoyed at her for being a princess, but she really wasn't concerned about that. She just needed him out of the apartment. She rushed toward the computer he had left on so she could look at the database and the list. Jim was still online in the chat room Bertram had just used, and she saw that the list was attached to the chat function. There was no point in her manipulating it. Jim could produce another list. She clicked the call button. He came online. He looked better in live chat than in the picture he used. Irish red hair, striking green eyes, and a genuine smile. "You must be Jasmine." "Hello, Jim. I'm certainly not Bertram, as you can see." Seeing the twinkle in his eyes, she realized that she was still wearing only a towel. "There was an accident," she said. "My clothes are in the wash. Bertram offered to lend me a shirt, but I think wearing his clothes is way too intimate, so I chose a towel instead. At the moment, he's out for a pizza." He laughed. "You don't have to explain anything to me, Jasmine." "You're his best friend. It's important that I do." "All right, you've convinced me, Jasmine. I know Bertram usually orders pizza to be delivered, so you must have sent him out for a reason. What do you need from me that he can't know?" "Thank you for understanding. You sent him this list. I need you to take 10 names off. It's for his own good, and I promise I'll explain later. But right now I don't have much time." "All right, which ones do you want me to delete?" "The last 10 on the first page." "The first page? Yes, there could be more. But these 10 are the most notorious. They'll kill him." "I'm sorry, I don't want you to worry. Just let me stress that these are very dangerous supernatural organizations." "Done. I've got the new list. Give me your email and I'll send it to you. You can print it out. I'll replace the file I sent Bertram in the chat box." "Thanks, Jim." She gave Jim her private number and email address, then used the internet's private mode to check her email and then printed the document. As she rushed to the printer, Jim said something else she couldn't hear. She came back to the desk with the new list in her hand. Then she folded the first page of the old document. "Sorry, what were you saying, Jim?" "I wanted to tell you." "Shh. Bertram's back. Bye." She turned off the chat and slid the folded piece of paper underneath the sofa. As she stood up, the door opened. In front of her wasn't Bertram with the pizza, but Grace, standing in the doorway. The fact that she wore only a towel wasn't what made Jasmine feel naked. Grace's appearance did. Why does she always look so perfect? Jasmine thought to herself. Jasmine found herself fumbling over her words, but she pulled herself together. "We're working on a case. There was an accident and my clothes got a bit bloodied. They're in the wash, hence the towel fashion. Bertram went out to get a pizza." Grace tossed the keys on the kitchen counter. "Apparently, he didn't tell you I'd be home early." "No, sorry." The washing machine emitted a happy beep, letting her know the washing had finished. "Let me put the clothes in the dryer," she said. "I'll be out of your hair in no time." Jasmine dashed into the laundry room. She turned the dryer on express mode. At the corner of her eyes, she could see Grace approaching the desk where Bertram's computer and the list were. Jasmine wondered why she hadn't gotten any feelings about Grace since she'd been in the apartment. She realized she hadn't seen any of Grace's belongings either. And if she lived there, Bertram wouldn't have only milk and water in the fridge. If they aren't living together, are they working together? Jasmine saw that Grace was about to look at Bertram's computer and the list. Not having much time to think, and not knowing whether Grace was supposed to have access to either the laptop or the document, she darted over, slammed the lid of the laptop computer shut, and snatched the list. "This is a private case Bertram is working on for me." Grace narrowed her eyes. "Sure, he would take a private case for you, among the other private things he would do for you." She looked Jasmine up and down, making her squirm. "Almost. Bertram's professional. I trust him." "I'm sure you do. You're as naive as I once was. Maybe that's the only thing he sees in you. He'll regret his decision to leave me for this." Grace glanced up and down her body again. Then she turned and walked out the door. What did she just say? Did I cause them to break up? "Hey, wait!" she yelled and rushed out the door into the corridor. She needed some clarification, but it was an empty corridor she faced. Grace was a lot faster than she thought. Or maybe Jasmine was just a lot slower than she used to be. The door slammed close behind her. She turned the handle, knowing it wouldn't work. She couldn't get into the apartment without the key. She didn't even have her phone with her. She had two choices. One was to wait in the corridor for Bertram, and the other was to use her magic to open the door by turning the handle from inside the apartment. She decided on the second option. As soon as she got inside the apartment, she grabbed her phone and saw a message from Jim. "I meant to tell you that Bertram has a photographic memory. He'll remember the first page of the document if he's already seen it." The door opened, and this time it was Bertram with a hot pizza box in his hand. "Dinner is served," he said with Chapter 13. Mia got into her car and rushed to the temporary office Leonard had set up in Gisborne Central. As she was parking, she saw him leaving his office with an unusually large briefcase. Max and Coco ran ahead enthusiastically. As Leonard turned and saw Mia, Coco and Max rubbed against his legs like friendly pets. "I'm sorry, I'm babysitting some pets for my friends," Mia said as she came over. Leonard's office was in a new shopping stretch, located just 4 blocks away from Central Shopping. But this new area was a lot quieter. In fact, it was just after office hours, and the precinct was already deserted. It catered to business offices and industrial products, so there were no cafes or common areas to attract window shoppers, tourists, or gatherings of family and friends. "I didn't know you had an office here." "Dr. Lee," Leonard aloof said. "Yes, I have an office here." He tried to push Coco and Max off his legs. "Coco and Max, come back here," said Mia. "I'm so sorry, I came here to get some pet food for them." She pointed at a store. Leonard's eyes followed her finger. "That's a pharmacy, and it's closed." "I get baby formula there." "You feed them baby formula?" "Not entirely. My friend Beatrice has her own recipe for making pet food, but the store is closed anyway. Max, Coco, get back here." She smiled at Leonard. Mia observed Max and Coco's reactions to the man. There was no sign that Leonard was supernatural. The animals didn't raise any red flags the way they had to Lucian when he was about to change into a werewolf. That meant, at least for now, that Leonard was human. And the fact that he had seen a heart instead of a stone in the hand of the dead body was because he was sensitive and susceptible to the supernatural, just like Bertram. Coco sauntered away from Leonard. Her tail was pointed high, wagging gently to the left and the right. She walked with a gracious gait, and her green eyes sparked with pride as if announcing that her test on Leonard had been completed, and the result was that he was not a supernatural creature. Max, on the other hand, sat and stared at the briefcase. Mia didn't know when he decided he was an airport security dog, but he was doing was exactly what those dogs at the airport did. He was pointing out a suspicious piece of luggage. "Max!" He hunched down and snarled at the briefcase. Mia rushed over. "Come on, Max. Sorry, he must smell food. Puppies are always hungry. And now that the store is closed, I'll have to work out a way to feed him." She picked the dog up in her arms despite his protests. She had just turned to walk to her car when she felt the hard barrel of a gun pressed to her back. Leonard was right behind her, speaking through clenched teeth. "If you intend to spy on me, you'll need to try a lot harder." "I don't know what you're talking about." "For your information, I'm not supernatural. I didn't kill that person who was buried on my land. I do a lot of business with the supernaturals, so I've developed a sense for them. I can tell. The same way I can tell that you have something to do with the werewolves." "Well, if you believe I have something to do with the werewolves, do you think that gun will stop me from ripping your head off your shoulders?" "This is no ordinary gun. I told you I'm familiar with the supernaturals. I know them. Do you think I'd use an ordinary gun to defend myself?" "Why do you need to defend yourself?" He chuckled. "Very smart, Dr. Lee, but you can stop investigating me now. I mean no harm to you or this community. I'm here for business, and it has nothing to do with the body that was buried on my land. If you get out of my way, I'll get out of yours." "All right, we have an agreement." "Good." Mia turned around to face Leonard. Max leaped from her arms toward Leonard and bit his wrist, making him drop the gun. Leonard pushed Mia, causing her to lose her balance and land on her backside. Max dropped to the ground. Leonard growled and was about to kick the husky. Coco jumped onto his shoulder and batted his face with her claws. Leonard yelped and tossed Coco away. Mia kicked the gun away just before Leonard lunged for it. His hand gripped nothing but the hard cement. "I said I'd get out of your way," he shouted. "Max and Coco didn't think you'd honor your promise. Between them and you, I trust them." He pulled a small knife from his boot and charged at Mia. Child's play, she thought. Not only was she agile, but she was also a black belt in Aikido. Although she'd trained years ago, back in her college days, her skills were always there when she needed them. With one swivel of her body, Leonard was tipped into the air and then crashed to the ground. As a small gesture of compassion, she didn't let his head land first. The animals were right, after all. Leonard groaned, lying on the ground. "I didn't want to hurt you." Pointing a gun and running at me with a knife contradicts that statement. But that's all right. I think we understand each other now. I don't think you killed anyone. But you know more about that murder than you're letting on, she said. Now, you said you've dealt with the supernatural, so that saves us some time beating around the bush. I'm involved with the Supernatural Council here. So you can either tell me what you know and we can investigate the rest, and you might even get some protection from us, or you can tell me nothing, and I'll hand you over to the human police along with my professional evaluation, which will say that you have something to do with the dead body. He stood up. But I have nothing to do with it. Then tell me what you know. There's nothing you need to know. It's over. I'm leaving here. Report me to the human police if you want. You have nothing to pin me to that cold case. All her supernatural sense was suddenly triggered, and Mia felt a pressure in the air. A bullet came from behind her and hit Leonard in the chest. She ducked and rolled over to grab Leonard's gun. A bullet missed her and hit the cement. She turned and fired in the direction that she thought the bullets came from. A shadow leaped from a balcony at the back of a shop, landed on a waiting van, and got inside. The van sped away. Then, from a dark corner of a nearby building, she saw a shadow emerge. The figure leaped up in the form of an eagle and spread its wings. Mia recognized those movements. The creature was from one of the most notorious shapeshifter clans, one that she thought had been long extinct. People called them the Cleaners. They did odd jobs for the powerful supernaturals, mainly cleaning up supernatural secrets and ensuring there were no traces left in the human world. The eagle flew toward her, snatched Leonard's briefcase from the ground, and flew away with the bag in its talons. Mia wanted to shoot it, but she thought better of it and let the bird go. She didn't want to be in the crossfire between the supernatural and human worlds, let alone be a trigger for one of their wars. She rushed toward Leonard. His eyes were glazing over. "Billy Stone hired me." Those were his last words before nothingness overtook him. Chapter 14. Mia! Jasmine didn't realize she had yelled her friend's name out loud. A storm of emotions and fear from Mia hit her like a tidal wave. Bertram put the pizza on the kitchen island and approached her. He knew about her psychic ability now, so there was no need for her to explain. He gently held her hands to stop her from dialing her phone. "Do you think it's a good idea to call her right now? I know you just felt some strong emotions from her. But what if she's in a situation where a call from you to her phone would put her in jeopardy? What sort of emotions are you feeling from her?" "Fear," said Jasmine. "Extreme tension. So she might be fighting, or maybe she's hiding somewhere. Your call might expose her." She nodded. She hadn't thought about that. He might be right. She called Beatrice instead, but she didn't pick up. Jasmine sent a text to her asking her to find Mia and see her in person and then call her back. She told Beatrice to approach the situation with care and let her know that Mia might be in trouble. Then she waited for Mia to call her. 30 seconds passed and it felt like decades. The dryer in the laundry finished. The sudden cessation of the rumbling noise told her that she could get dressed and back in action. As she stepped back out into the living room, Bertram was looking at the keys Grace had left on the kitchen counter. "Grace stopped by just after you left. I told her you had gone out to grab a pizza, but she decided not to wait." He nodded and put the keys into the top drawer of his desk. She grabbed her bag. "I have to go back to Gisborne now," she told him. "I'll take you. I can grab a cab." He put his laptop computer into a case. He held the computer in one hand and the pizza in the other. "You won't get a cab going that way at this hour, trust me. Think of me as an Uber driver. You can pay me with a night at your resort. My protection service is free of charge." She smiled at him. "Sure, thank you. One night stay in the top cabin, all meals included. Drinks are on the house." He handed her the pizza and headed toward the door. "Don't you need to pack?" she asked. "I have an all-nighter in the car. I never know when I'll have to do a stakeout or get called out on a case." As they walked along the corridor toward the elevator, she noticed the flowers on a small potted plant in front of an apartment 5 doors from Bertram had died. She was sure they'd been alive when she first came down that hall. Maybe her memory was playing tricks on her. She would normally do something to figure out what had happened, but with so many things occupying her mind now, she let this troublesome detail go. It was a 40-minute drive to Gisborne, and thus they had plenty of time to consume the pizza in the car. She was sure Bertram didn't like the idea, but he had no choice. "Did you have a chance to look at the list Jim gave us?" Bertram asked. "Not really. I think we forgot the printed list in your apartment." "I have a copy in the chat box. I skimmed the first page. The names sound more like nightclubs than motorcycle clubs." "I haven't looked at it yet," Jasmine said. She hated lying, but she didn't see any other way out of it. "Maybe you should just let this settle a bit. It might be nothing." "You're contradicting yourself. This morning you didn't want to involve me because you think I'm not equipped to deal with the supernatural. That means you think they're dangerous. But now, you're saying it might be nothing?" "Grace wasn't happy at all, Bertram." "I know, but what does that have to do with your case? She thinks you're leaving her because of me. Did she say that to you? That's uncharacteristic of her. You ended the relationship. Any woman would be upset." "I didn't—" he started, then cut himself off. "Look, Jasmine, I'd prefer not to discuss the relationship between Grace and me when she's not present. That's not fair to her. But just so you know, you and your case have nothing to do with what happened between Grace and me." She nodded. That's good to know. She didn't feel good at all, and she didn't know why. She didn't want to think she was the reason for their breakup. And now that Bertram had confirmed that wasn't the case, shouldn't she be happy? She needed to get her mind off this subject. She didn't have time for romance or drama. The little paranormal community she was taking care of was in trouble. Bertram exited the highway into Gisborne. The road curved around the hillside. Just before entering the town central, he took a left turn onto a side road, veering to the outskirts of the small town and heading toward Vines and Soul. It would be another 5 minutes before they reached the entrance, which was fine for Jasmine, but she thought it might be problematic for Bertram to drive on a country road with no streetlights. "Stop the car!" She stormed out of the passenger side and looked up at the dark sky. Among the shadows of the tree branches, she saw the silhouette of an eagle. It appeared to be holding a briefcase in its talons. She concentrated and summoned up a ball of frozen air to shoot at the bird. This new skill had saved her several times, and she was beginning to use it more effectively. Previously, she could only create an illusion with a sensation of the chill. Now she could actually shoot an ice ball that made an impact. The bird dropped the briefcase. Had it decided to keep flying, she would have let it go. But it dove, trying to grab the briefcase. She shot some ice at it again when it was about 6 feet from the ground. The bird dropped to the grass. It wriggled a bit and then turned into a man. He was tall, and his eyes were bloodshot. He bore his fangs and charged at her. She hadn't trained in the SLE for nothing. Her combat skills weren't the best these days, but they were enough to protect her. She blocked his movement and gave him a hard kick. It took him by surprise and sent him skidding backward. He smirked. "Never been beaten by a lady before?" she asked. Without warning, he shifted again and flew at her at an incredible speed. She didn't have enough time to form another ball of ice. She changed her stance, bracing for an impact she was sure she couldn't avoid. As the bird came close, she felt a pressure in the air. Bertram sprinted past her. He didn't use his gun because she had told him several times not to use guns on the supernaturals. Running underneath the bird, he swung his arm upward and slashed. It squawked in pain, turned, and flew away as suddenly as it had come. She rushed over. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "You?" "I'm fine." She rushed toward the briefcase and tried to open it, but it was locked. Bertram pulled the case aside. He placed it on the grass and used his gun to shoot at the lock. The briefcase opened. Inside was a human hand holding a heart. Chapter 15. Beatrice stayed 1 pace behind Samuel when they entered William's sanctuary. She didn't have much respect for Samuel, the Spanish wizard who led the coven, not because of his skills, or lack of them, but because she thought Jasmine should be the leader. Anyway, in a situation like this, Samuel would be helpful because intimidation was what he did best. "Are you sure he signed an agreement with the coven?" "It was before your time, Samuel." "Why did you ask me to come with you if you don't think we have an agreement with him?" "Well, I thought it was a verbal agreement, like a promise. And people like William break their promises all the time, and it's especially likely given it's been 100 years. Words are cheap. I thought we might have to scare the man." "You mean use intimidation?" He chuckled. "That's not very ladylike." "Whatever works," she said. William's office was located in a pavilion-style building where the entrance, flanked by a small pond and water fountain, seemed to blend with nature. The main office was separated by thick glass door. "I'm sure those are fake fish," Beatrice said as they walked past the pond with enormous goldfish swimming among lotus leaves. "Why do you think they're fake?" "They look too happy. No real fish would be happy living in a pond that size with plastic plants." "So the lotus flowers aren't real either?" Samuel arched an eyebrow in amusement. "I'm sure they aren't. Real flowers aren't that perfect. These look like they've had Botox injections." Samuel shook his head. "I've no comment." As soon as they entered the main office area, Samuel made a face and wrinkled his nose. Beatrice noted that he flexed his wrist and rubbed his thumb on the dark-colored stone of his ring. She didn't know what it was that he smelled, but she shoved her hand into the pocket of her jacket and opened the pouch of her protective herbs. The fact that she couldn't smell or sense anything that Samuel did suggested that whatever it was that he was worried about, it was above her skill level. William stepped into his spacious office from a side door. "To what do I owe this honor?" he asked with a sleazy grin. "You agreed to not sell the land on High Street in exchange for the coven's protection of your business. Beatrice has informed me that you violated our agreement. Not only did you sell the land, but there was a body found there. The incident has drawn the attention of the human police. Do you have an explanation for this? William sat at his desk and leaned back in his chair. He reached for a box of cigars. I would appreciate it if you didn't smoke, said Beatrice. He glanced at her and then picked up a cigar and put it in his mouth. Beatrice flicked her fingers. The cigar burst into flames. If William hadn't taken it out of his mouth quickly enough, the fire would have singed his mustache. He threw the cigar on the floor and stomped on it. Do you know how expensive that was? Not as costly as our time, said Samuel. William mumbled some profanity and looked at Samuel. Business is tough. We need the cash, so yes, I sold the land. I had no idea there was a body there. The police have already spoken to me. If there was anything to link me with the murder, I wouldn't be sitting here, would I? You made a big deal about the fact that the land wasn't for sale when we asked to buy the lot. Then you sold it without coming to us first. What you said doesn't add up, William, Samuel said in a low voice that sounded almost like a growl. Our agreement was that we would keep Lot 9. I didn't think there was any harm in selling Lot 10. Why Lot 10, though? Can't you sell number 2, which is right next door to you? Beatrice asked. They wanted that particular corner block. William looked at Samuel again. The police didn't ask, so I didn't tell them this. But if you're looking for the murderer, I think it's your people. What do you mean by that? Samuel asked. The supernaturals. You didn't want me to sell Lot 9 because you have coven stuff buried in the ground. These people must have known about the body on Lot 10, and they insisted on buying it so they could get to it. What does that have to do with the supernaturals? Beatrice asked. Well, haven't you heard? The body is melting. Obviously, it's not human. Are your sources reliable? Asked Samuel. I don't have sources. Our business just happened to cater an event in a building that shared a waste area with the hospital. Some of the medical staff who were out back were freaking out because of the condition of the body and the fact that it was melting. I overheard the commotion. Didn't think much of it at the time, he said. But then, when we packed up for the event, I saw someone sneaking out with a briefcase. He gave it to the guy who bought that lot of land. I figure it has something to do with him. He mentioned that he had a supernatural client when he bought the land, so he wanted to keep things quiet. No lawyering up, no contract, just cash. Leonard Bryan, Beatrice said. Who? The person who bought the land. But why did he call the police if the reason he bought the land was to look for the body? He didn't. A contractor called them. He used his people to do the digging, but that day one of the guys was sick. The project manager asked if I could recommend a local. I gave him the name of a guy I've used in the past. I'm thinking Leonard didn't brief the new guy, and that guy called the police as soon as he found the body. Samuel nodded. Are you absolutely sure it has nothing to do with our Lot 9? Yes. Now that you're willing to sell for cash, the coven is willing to buy your lot. And you can't tell me the land isn't for sale. Samuel arched an eyebrow, waiting for him to finish the sentence. I can't make that decision. You can't make a decision about your own property? My understanding is that you own 100% of your land and don't have a business partner. I don't have an official business partner. The short answer to your question is no. I can't sell the land to you. Samuel stood up from his chair. Beatrice did the same, not because she sensed a fight coming, but because she could now smell the odor that had made Samuel rub his protective ring. The stench of dried blood and rotten corpses engulfed the room. I'd leave if I were you, said William. Beatrice didn't need Jasmine's psychic ability to see that William was scared. Run! Samuel yelled. When Beatrice heard him, she was already 3 steps out of the pavilion. Samuel followed behind her. They ran as fast as they could, and then the sanctuary exploded behind them. They were tossed into the air and fell to the ground a distance from the destroyed building. It was lucky for them that the ground was soft with moist grass and moss. Beatrice didn't think she had broken any bones. Samuel pushed himself up on his elbows. Are you all right? She asked. He nodded. You look okay. In one piece, at least. Sure, she muttered. A storm of goldfish rained down on them. Ouch! Beatrice groaned when a fish hit her in the head. She picked it up and examined it. I told you they're plastic. They turned and looked at the building, which had crumbled into a pile of splintered wood, crushed steel, and disintegrated brick. You think William could have survived that? Samuel shook his head. I think he was dead before he started talking. Chapter 16. Step back! Back out, Bertram! Jasmine tugged Bertram's elbow as she yelled out a warning to him. He was trying to take a picture of the skeletal hand holding the heart. While the hand was desiccated bone, the heart was still alive and beating, just like the one in the box sent to her. She yanked him so hard the phone slipped out of his hand and dropped to the ground. It'll explode! Get away from it! She said. He picked up his phone. No, it won't, Jasmine. See? He pointed at the briefcase on the ground. He was right. It didn't look as if it was going to explode. What do you see, Bertram? A hand holding a beating heart. And I'm guessing that isn't what an ordinary human being should see? You're right. A van roared out from a small dark road coming straight at them. Are they supernatural? Asked Bertram. No, she said, surprised by his trust in her judgment. As soon as he heard her confirmatory words, he pulled out his gun and blasted at the front tire of the van. It still came at them. Jasmine couldn't use one of her ice balls because that only worked on the supernaturals. Bertram kept shooting. He pushed her out of the way. The van fishtailed in the last second, but it still clipped Bertram. Following the van's momentum, he jumped aside. The movement threw him to the ground and he rolled away. The van stopped. A man jumped out of the passenger side and grabbed the briefcase. Then he hopped back inside and the van took off. Bertram raised his gun to shoot at the van, but he was out of bullets. Jasmine watched the van as it sped away with the briefcase. She couldn't let it get away. She chanted a spell. She wasn't entirely sure it would work, but it was a gamble she was willing to take. She raised her hands up and cast a compassion spell on the people in the vehicle. Ironically, it might be the only spell that would work because of its unpredictability. This ancient spell was used by mermaids and a number of devious mythical creatures to lure their prey with love and compassion. The prey would then want to sacrifice for the one who called and do whatever it took to make them happy. The van stopped. Sounds of an argument and then some loud bangs came from inside. The spell had obviously worked on the driver because the vehicle had stopped. The voices inside grew louder, and the van shook as if there was a fight going on inside it. Jasmine approached the van. Bertram was right next to her, and this time, he was pulling her back. There was more gunfire from inside the van. Bertram yanked her behind him and held her there with one arm. There was a flash of light inside the van, and then it exploded as if someone had pulled the pin from a grenade. The glass shattered, and the doors were blown off. She didn't need to do a close inspection to know there was no one left alive in that van, and nothing left of the briefcase she had hoped to retrieve. In a few seconds, the smoke eased off. What Jasmine saw confirmed what she'd expected. There was nothing left. She heard Bertram on the phone. Glenn, the case has escalated. I need backup. There have already been 2 attempts to stop the investigation by destroying the body and sending death threats to citizens of the community. There have been attacks in public places. Organized gangs are involved. They're armed and dangerous. The conversation between Bertram and his superior in the city was a long one. She knew Bertram was trying to get more resources and manpower. She wasn't sure if the human police could help at all. Bertram had seen a heart and not a stone. Judging by the way he slashed the knife at a bird twice his size that had talons 20 times as sharp as his knife, she thought he was more than a little susceptible to the supernatural. She approached the van. Everything inside had been destroyed. A chill ran up her spine. The briefcase wasn't there. She was sure of it. Although most of the objects in the vehicle were charred and unrecognizable, there should have been something left of the briefcase she could recognize. How could it have disappeared right in front of her? Whatever creature had manipulated this situation, Jasmine had a feeling she had never encountered anything of its caliber. But why her? What did she have to do with this? She had worked for the SLE. She had killed supernatural criminals. But she wasn't the only one who had done that. If the Red Phantom was seeking revenge on her, she could deal with it. But given the method and the way this operation had turned out, it didn't feel like the Red Phantom she knew. She saw a slight movement on the face of one of the bodies. She bent down to get a closer look. The eyes, bloodshot, suddenly opened and glared at her. "Billy Stone will come for you. Billy Stone will kill you, witch," the person said, and then the eyes closed. And that was the end of the criminal who worked for the Supernaturals. It never ended well. She stepped back. She wasn't sure what she was feeling, but she knew she was not afraid. She never had regret. She never feared evil. Billy Stone. How was that possible? Billy was the older brother of Ivan Stone, the vampire she had killed. Apart from being brothers, they had virtually no connection. She wasn't even sure they had met often during their very long life in the family before she terminated Ivan, and she would have thought revenge would have come from the father. But why now? Bertram walked toward her, limping. No, he wasn't limping. He was nursing his left shoulder. She switched on her psychic mind and saw incredible pain in Bertram. She approached him and realized she wouldn't have needed to use her psychic ability. The pain was written all over his face. "We'll wait here for a bit," he said. "I've called for backup. The police will arrive soon. Then you'll have to drive." I popped my left shoulder out in the fall. "Yes, I can see that. So we go to the hospital then?" "No, just home. I mean the resort. I just need a quiet place. I can take care of this myself. I was injured years ago and this shoulder never healed. I just need to pop it back in place. If that's the case, I can help you put it back right now. You look like you're in a lot of pain and we don't know when the police will arrive." "Do you think you can do it?" "Absolutely, I've done it before." "All right." He turned his left shoulder toward her. Jasmine traced her hands along his shoulder. She could feel the spot where things were out of place. "I can feel it. I think I know what to do. Just bear with me." "Sure." He looked away. She steadied her hands and then pushed. She felt Bertram's instant relief. That meant she had done the right thing. "Thanks." He smiled at her. "You might still need a painkiller, though. I have some at Vines and Soul." "I have my own." He grinned at her and she wished he hadn't. She didn't want to grow used to having something she had no control over and might lose at any time. That the last thing she wanted or needed in her life right now. "Whose shoulder did you fix before?" he asked. "Was it during the time you were with the SLE?" "No, it was here, on the farm. And it wasn't a shoulder I fixed. It was a wombat's tail. But wombats don't have tails." She shrugged and said nothing. Chapter 17. Bertram walked down the corridor before heading toward the morgue he had visited not long ago for a previous case. The hospital, the staff, and the atmosphere were the same. This tranquil town was not used to dealing with murders and high-caliber criminal cases, but now, too, had occurred in the town in a short window. This was likely to cause confusion and, if not managed well, could create a panic. He wasn't a politician, but he did care about the general public interest, more so than his personal career achievements. And this was one thing he had in common with Jasmine. She cared about her people and her community, although he was still wrapping his head around the idea of a supernatural world that needed as much protection and order as the ordinary human world did. Landon, the town's one and only medical examiner, greeted Bertram at the door of the morgue. He opened the door to the cold room and gestured for Bertram to go inside. "It's never easy to look at dead bodies," he said on the way in, "but this is this only case I've had where the body looks worse after being cleaned up." "Thanks for the warning, but I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen a lot." Bertram stopped. In front of him lay the body, or what was left of it. Landon was absolutely right. This was the worst Bertram had seen in his entire career. On the cold slab lay one lonely bone. That was it. Landon pointed to it. That's a chest bone, located around here. He drew a line with his finger on his left chest. I don't know why it didn't evaporate like the others. After the big fuss I created yesterday, pulling all the medical staff available to help stop the body from melting, this is all we have left. A bone. He pointed to a row of empty test tubes and jars, and an empty jar. You mean the sample tissue and blood you collected evaporated as well? Landon nodded. Not only that, look at this. He lay a bunch of photos on a table. The photos looked like X-rays of unrecognizable objects. They're not X-rays if that's what you're thinking. They're just ordinary photos we took of the body before it vanished in front of us. Bertram nodded. There is one thing no one can erase, though. If you're thinking of my memory, well, that's not going to stand up in court when you have zero physical evidence to back it up. I don't think we're going to go to court for this case. At least, not at this stage. Can you tell me what you saw? A male, young, could be anywhere from 20s to early 40s. Caucasian, fair skin. The body was naked when it was found. The face and upper body had been torn by what might have been claws. It was impossible to use facial recognition with it in that condition. The right hand was almost intact, and it was holding a piece of stone wrapped with vines and leaves. There was blood on the hand, but I think it was just blood smears from the wounds. Did the wounds look fresh? Yes, impossibly fresh, unrealistically fresh. But that's all I've got left, he said. A single bone. What about the people in the van that exploded last night, and Leonard Bryan, the new landowner? What have you got? Landon rolled his eyes. Ideally, I'd prefer not to see any dead bodies. But now I'd gladly take a normal body rather than weird ones. The 3 in the van were severely burned. You know the cause of death. They were members of organized gangs from the city. Leonard, unfortunately, is an Irish citizen. You'll have to talk to the police over there for more info about him. But from my perspective, as a medical examiner, he was an ordinary, healthy, middle-aged man. Death by gunshot wounds. The bullets are with the forensic team. My best guess is that they were fired by the dead guys in the van. Agreed, said Bertram. Thank you. That's very helpful. Landon walked Bertram out. So now we have 4 dead bodies and a bone from another body in 2 days. That puts us on the radar of the Central Police, doesn't it? Bertram couldn't tell Landon that Beatrice and Mia had told Jasmine what happened last night, and he knew William had died in the explosion. He donned his best poker face. 4? So there were no casualties in the sanctuary explosion. Landon shook his head. The only casualties I know of were the fish. But then I found out the fish were plastic. He chuckled. We couldn't contact William, so right now I'd say he's missing. If we still haven't been able to contact him by tomorrow, I'll file a missing person report. It looks like our peaceful days in this town are over. Bertram nodded. Unfortunately, that's true. But the good news is, you'll have more resources. I'd rather have no business at all than more resources, even if it puts me out of a job. I'll try to reduce the town's exposure to the city. We don't want to promote this place as a haven for criminal activities, do we? That's a deal. You keep us safe, Detective, and Jasmine will continue to feed you more of her delicious meals that you can't get anywhere else on Earth. Bertram nodded a goodbye and headed toward the car park of the police station. Before he got into his car, 2 unmarked cars arrived. He recognized one of them and stood, waiting, his hands in the pockets of his jacket. From the driver's seat of a black sedan, Grace stepped out. She took her sunglasses off and walked toward him as graciously as usual. I should have guessed Glenn would send you as backup. No, I've transferred to cold case as of yesterday. I'm here for the bone, to establish whether this is indeed a cold case. If not, then it's a job for the others. She pointed her chin at 2 detectives getting out of the other car. They're here on the active case, and you have 4 bodies now. They are your backup. Bertram smiled. I don't think it's a cold case, but it's certainly a rather unusual one. That's for me to decide, Bertram. I know you don't want me here. I didn't mean that. Now that we're working in different departments, you have no say in what I'm doing. I never had any say, even when we were partners, professionally. I would have listened if you did say something, Bertram. He chuckled. I know what you're trying to do, Grace. Say whatever you want. You can't trigger my temper. We're not together because we have different priorities, not because we had communication issues. But as I've said before, it doesn't mean we can't work together. She nodded. In a professional capacity, I'd advise you not to handle Jasmine's private case. You invited her in as a consultant regarding the body, or the bone now, that was found buried on a piece of land. The new owner of that land is now dead, and the former owner is missing. Then, a van exploded in close proximity to Jasmine's vineyard. If she has anything to do with these bodies, she shouldn't be a consultant. She could be anything, from a victim to a suspect. My professional opinion is that if you're trying to help, you need to distance yourself from her before Glenn forces you to. I'll think about it, he said. You should. She paused. Also, the expression on your face is telling me you popped your left shoulder out again. Take a painkiller. No point in putting up with the pain. Well, it's either your shoulder or talking to me that's painful. Either way, painkillers will help. She turned and walked away. Chapter 18. Jasmine smiled at the two interns who entered through the door of Vines and Soul's kitchen. She had just gotten on top of the internship this morning when Lisa had understandably called in for a day off. Her uncle, William, had gone missing after his sanctuary exploded. The police had just informed her. Jasmine knew better, as she had gotten inside information from Beatrice. Samuel believed William had been turned into a supernatural before they had their discussion about the lot of land and his agreement to sell it. As for what he had been turned into, Samuel wasn't sure. Beatrice had noticed the stench of blood and rotting corpses before the building exploded. Jasmine suspected it had to do with vampires, but again, the method of execution was too unlike that of the Red Phantom for her to draw a connection. She greeted the interns. Jasmine. Nathan, said a tanned man with a generous smile and curly, dark brown hair that accentuated his striking green eyes. We talked briefly last year. I remember you. You're the owner of the vineyard. Thank you so much for accepting us. He grinned. Fiona, said the woman, smiling. Jasmine vaguely remembered reading through their applications a while ago and recalled they were both in their early 20s. Still children, she thought, full of life, energy, enthusiasm, and the quest for knowledge. Typical traits of interns who had joined Vines and Soul over the years. Fiona seemed shy. She had a controlled but gorgeous smile. Jasmine read some anxiety in her, which was understandable. They were both so young and had come here all the way from Europe. Nathan might have taken a few trips on his own before, but she could tell this was Fiona's first time traveling. I'm sorry Lisa couldn't be here today, but she made all the necessary arrangements for you. Let me take you on a tour of the place. She gestured toward the door. Do you like where you're staying? Yes, thank you, said Fiona. Let's head outside. I'll give you a tour and introduce you to our production manager. You both studied winemaking, right? They nodded. I assume I don't have to go over the basics then. No, we're good, said Nathan. I spent a year working at a vineyard in Italy. I spent 6 months in a winery in France, Fiona said. I focus more on the branding and marketing of the wine rather than the making of it, but I think I understand it well enough. Jasmine nodded. Okay, here are the business essentials. Vines and Soul is organized into 3 sections. We have the restaurant and the store at the front. That's how we get to know the people and build our reputation, because we don't sell wines in the popular retail stores. We distribute to boutique and high-end outlets. So here, we build our reputation by letting people taste our wines at the cellar door and by pairing excellent wine with excellent food in the restaurant. Will we learn how to cook? Asked Fiona. No, but you will learn food and wine appreciation. Just like a good marriage, life is good if the food and wine is a good match. Fiona smiled and nodded. Jasmine continued. The second section of Vines and Soul is the vineyard where we grow our precious grapes. The vines are the lifeblood of this business. We have really old vines here. They were here way before my time, and it's our job to protect and grow them. We're the vine's guardians! Nathan pumped his fist in the air and Fiona giggled. Jasmine smiled at them. The third section is equally as important. It's our production line. That's where we turn our grapes into bottles of magic. What are our best grapes? Fiona asked. We're known for Cabernet and Shiraz. Certain grapes are better suited to specific areas. These grapes like the soil here. The basis of great wine is the soil. Grapes need enough nutrition, but not too much. Older vines and vines that suffer during the year may produce smaller amounts of quality fruit. We happen to have a good balance of soil and climate. Also, my parents chose the site for this vineyard based on the direction it faces and the slope of the land. It gives us just the right amount of sunlight with protection from cold and frost. You can choose land with the right slope, but you can't control the climate. I heard that's very important, Nathan said. That's correct, Nathan. Climate is critical for our business. We can't control it, but we manage our processes accordingly. And of course, we don't grow the grapes that the regional climate doesn't support. Early ripening varieties such as Pinot Noir and Chardonnay tend to perform better in cool climates, whereas late ripening varieties such as Cabernet Sauvignon and Sangiovese are preferable in hot climates. With that understanding, we manage our harvest time to get the most out of our grapes. Like science, Fiona said. To me, it's more like art, said Jasmine. But for others, yes, it might be science. Come on, let me introduce you to the production team. They are the science people. Jasmine, is it true that a good wine taster can tell what's in the soil? Fiona asked. She turned to look at the young intern. That is absolutely true, Fiona. So if there were a dead body buried in the ground, what would it do to the grapes? Why do you ask? On the way in, Libby told us the police found a body buried in a vineyard. Who's Libby? She an intern at Beatrice's pet school. All right, yes, sure, I totally forgot. She's right, the police found a body, but it wasn't at a vineyard. It was found on a vacant block of land. Fiona nodded. Yes, you're right. What Barbara said makes more sense now. She didn't say anything about a vineyard. Barbara who? Nathan chuckled. An overly friendly wine marketer. Fiona pays attention to that sort of stuff. I wouldn't have given that woman a nanosecond of my time. Fiona shrugged. When we exited the tarmac, there was a wine cellar kiosk along the walkway. I'm interested in wine marketing, so I stopped for a brochure. The woman's name tag said Barbara, but she was kind of strange. Instead of trying to sell us the wine, she kept saying, "The soil is cursed." I thought she meant the soil was contaminated, like by toxic waste. You know, like all the talk from those environmentalists. So, when Libby picked us up, I asked her if something had been discovered underground. That's why she told us that the police found a body. Since we're in a wine region and Barbara was trying to sell wine, I just assumed the soil she was talking about was at a vineyard. What does Barbara look like? Fiona gave a description. Jasmine thought it could fit Barbara, the site manager of the resort next door who had gone missing, but could also fit any woman in her 30s with dark hair and an average build. Is there anything else you can tell me about Barbara? Anything unusual? Fiona shook her head. Nathan's eyes brightened. She had a tattoo on her forearm. That was it. Jasmine knew the woman at the wine booth and the missing Barbara that Bertram had been looking for were the same person. Barbara hadn't left on good terms. If she was back in town now, was she back as a friend or a foe? And why had she interacted with the interns at the airport and mentioned the soil? Was she the one who had buried the body on High Street's lot number 10? Jasmine pulled out her phone and called Beatrice, Mia, and Bertram. Chapter 19. Jasmine parked 8 cars away from Beatrice's place. Paws Academy wasn't too busy today, but the arts and crafts workshop next to it was. Before she'd had a chance to call Beatrice, Mia, and Bertram about Barbara's reappearance in town, Beatrice had texted them, letting them know Lucian was awake and wanted to see everyone. So here she was. She recognized Bertram's and Mia's cars. Before she entered Beatrice's house, she scanned the entrance of the art workshop. Nothing there raised alarm bells. There were too many things happening now. She felt off-center and didn't trust her supernatural detecting sense. She looked again at the art center. It should be fine, she thought. But too many humans gathering around Beatrice's place, with Lucian being unwell inside, made her uncomfortable. It was strange because she couldn't feel the emotions of Beatrice, Mia, or Bertram at all. Either she was losing her ability, or something was preventing her from activating her senses. She stepped into the house and found Bertram and Mia standing in the reception area at the foot of the stairs. Beatrice was just coming down the stairs. She sat down on the bottom step. Her hair was tousled and there were bags under her eyes. Jasmine had never seen her friend like this. Whatever had happened, it must be severe. Jasmine could usually sense such emotional trauma from her friends. Now that you're all here, you can come up and see Lucian now. Beatrice stood up. She looked incredibly tired. But I have to warn you in advance. He doesn't look good. I've gathered you all together because he doesn't have much energy, so whatever he has to say to you, I'd prefer him to do it just once. What's going on, Beatrice? Mia asked. Last night you said he only needed to rest. Things changed rapidly this morning. Mia rushed toward the stairs. Overreacting will only make things worse, Beatrice called out. Can you tell me exactly what's going on? Jasmine asked. Last night I thought he just needed some rest. I shouldn't have given him a sleeping potion and gone to see William, but I did. He didn't wake when I got back, so I thought he just needed to sleep a bit longer. But this morning he looked as if he had aged 50 years overnight. When he opened his eyes, he asked me to call all of you. Every word he speaks consumes him. I don't know what I did wrong, but he seems to deteriorate by the second. Even just breathing takes a lot out of him. Beatrice wiped away a tear that had rolled down her face. I've seen this before, and it's not as bad as you think, Jasmine said. Everyone looked at her. When I was in the SLE, I came across a group that works across planes of consciousness. They're powerful individuals. They can combine their power across worlds. I assume this is more complicated than humans versus werewolves or aliens? Bertram asked. That's right. The short story is that there are creatures that can cross the solid body plane, like humans, into the spiritual plane, like spirits, or what we commonly refer to as ghosts. These aren't the ghosts we know from movies or novels. These individuals retain their existence after their physical body has gone. Some of them are strong enough to linger for a very long time and build their own world and rules. So they're spirits, like the soul traders? Mia asked. I've read about them. Yes, exactly, Mia. I thought they were a myth, Beatrice said. And what does that have to do with Lucienne? Jasmine sighed. She didn't have any choice but to let the cat out of the bag. It seems that something has triggered some sort of movement that's bringing a lot of supernatural and cross-world creatures here, to this world, at this time. It's increasing by the day. I encountered a spirit in Bertram's apartment yesterday. Bertram turned and looked at her. And you didn't think of telling me? Sorry, I planned to tell you after I got a better understanding of what's going on. From what I can tell, it's an ancient spirit. It's hovering around for a reason that we don't know yet. These spirits are independent, but they don't travel across planes by themselves. They congregate for stronger power. Something is going on to make the ancient spirits gather here. When they cross planes like that, they lose energy, so they either seek a host or transform into something more sustainable. I think Lucian encountered one of the ancient spirits. You're saying they want him as a host? Mia asked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. No, he's strong. This isn't like demon possession. These spirits follow the rules of their world. They don't take over a host without permission. They negotiate. From what you described, it seems Lucian got some information from a spirit, but he didn't give it what it wanted, or maybe he tricked it. He might have to put up a fight, but if he's strong, he'll pull through. And what if he's not? Beatrice asked. Then it'll take him, if that was the original agreement between them. If there's a dispute, then which authority will rule? Bertram asked. I'm guessing that since they're here, they have to follow the rules here. The SLE in this plane will be the authority, said Jasmine. Lucian's aging could be caused by the fact that the spirit is luring him to its world to negotiate. That's where it has power. The longer he stays in its world, the weaker he's going to get. But if he's in the middle of a negotiation round, he won't know what's happening. So if we tell him, can he snap back? Asked Bertram. It depends. Jasmine shook her head. Traveling between planes of consciousness is extremely tricky, especially if one isn't experienced or has no prior knowledge about it. Was he in and out this morning, Beatrice? It's hard to say. When I saw him, I panicked. Then he opened his eyes and asked for you. After that, he was out. I tried to fix him and was about to try some spells, but it was like he knew it. He opened his eyes again and told me to call you guys. Then he was out again. Jasmine nodded. He's definitely negotiating with the spirit, and he thinks he's in control of his own body. Should I put a mirror in front of him the next time he opens his eyes? Mia asked. I don't think that's a good idea, said Jasmine. He's aware that he needs to focus on his negotiation. He asked to talk to us because there's something important he wants us to know. He's chosen to use up his time and energy for us, but then he'll want to get back to dealing with the spirit. If we distract him when he's with us, it might confuse him, and he might lose ground in his negotiation. Beatrice turned and walked up the stairs. So we're back to square one. We'll wake him and let him decide how he wants to use his conscious time. If there's an opportunity, then we'll tip him about what's going on and the fact that he isn't in control as much as he thinks. How's that for a plan? Perfect, said Mia. As soon as they got to the top of the stairs, the aura of the space triggered Jasmine's senses, and she feared the situation was much worse than she'd predicted. Chapter 20. Bertram didn't like what was happening, not because he didn't know much about the supernatural world, but because he felt the situation was going to get out of control, and there wasn't anything he could do to help. Beatrice had sugarcoated the fact that Lucian had aged overnight. He looked like a 1,000-year-old mummy, but that wasn't what worried him the most. What troubled him was the fact that Jasmine's confidence was wavering. She had been the one with the explanation and a possible solution for the problem, but the determination in her eyes vanished the very second she laid eyes on Lucian. Bertram stepped back a bit to make way for Jasmine, Mia, and Beatrice. He used the opportunity to survey the area, the landing, the bedrooms, the sitting area, the windows, and most importantly, he looked for a possible way out should they need it. There were 3 women and a very sick man he needed to evacuate if the situation called for it. He knew the small window on the left opened to the back garden. It was a short drop to the ground, and the 3 ladies could use it easily, but Lucian wouldn't be able to handle it. Lucien, Beatrice called softly. Lucien opened his eyes, and that was the only part in his body that was youthful, alert, and on fire with energy. Jasmine, he said, I'm here. Heart of Stone is after you. I've got that information. I'm on it, Lucian. No, you're not. You've never encountered them, but they said they were created just to seek revenge on you. They're vampires. Got it. Mia and Beatrice? We're here, they said. I haven't gotten to the pack yet, so I haven't completed my transformation. I ran into a group of hybrid creatures from Eastern Europe. They tried to migrate here. They buy out the packs and their associates. That includes you and me, Mia. Or they create their own version of creatures. Max and Coco were raised by that group, Beatrice. I don't know if Max and Coco were created or turned. Got it, said Beatrice. Bertram, yes? There's a supernatural organization called the Red Phantom. They have many identities in the human world. I'm aware of that. One of their human branches is buying into your human police force at a very high level. What do you mean by buying in? Corruption. Money isn't their currency. I'm not sure what they use. They deal with people here who have a lot of power, and they're looking for something in this region. That's all I know. I'll leave it to you to figure this out. That is all. I'm out." "No," Jasmine called out. "Stay here, Lucian. Whatever you're dealing with, you have to do it here. Listen to me. Demand to stay here, Lucian." Jasmine's voice was harsh, determined. She stressed every word, hoping Lucian understood. It didn't seem to work. Lucian closed his eyes. "Open your eyes, stay with us," Jasmine said, but her eyes told Bertram she knew it wouldn't work and she was losing Lucian. She pushed Bertram toward the stairs. "Get out of here, Bertram!" Then she ran toward the bed. Beatrice, seeming to know what Jasmine wanted to do, rushed over to a cabinet. "No need for candles and potions," Jasmine shouted. Beatrice on the right, Mia on the left. Beatrice and Mia did what Jasmine asked without question. Jasmine stood at the foot of the bed. She reached her arms out wide, palms up. Beatrice and Mia did the same. Their hands didn't touch. But as soon as Jasmine chanted some words Bertram couldn't understand, a light encircled them, connecting their hands. Bertram had never seen anything like it before. He guessed he couldn't help, so he didn't interfere. He felt the air thicken as they chanted. He recognized a word for the name of the wolf clan Mia had told him she and Lucien came from. He recognized the Latin words for heart, blood, and spirit. There were some words of condemnation. The air in the room grew thicker and thicker, and it felt as if they were on fire. Lucian's eyes flew open, and Bertram could see the fire in them. He heard a faint but deep roar. He heard the word hellfire. A rumbling growl came from Lucien's throat, but Bertram was sure it didn't come from Lucian himself. Black smoke streamed from his body as if something was departing. The smoke whirled and tried to withdraw. Jasmine raised her voice and chanted something new. Beatrice and Mia repeated the chant. Another roar from Lucian, and his body lifted above the bed and hovered in the air. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Jasmine chanted even louder. Lucian's body whirled and contorted, but his face showed no pain. In fact, his youth and his looks were returning. But at the same time, the roars and screams of pain from hell intensified. A shadow leaped from Lucien's body. It formed the shape of a hideous creature with horns, standing on two legs in midair. It thundered and boomed, and then another shadow jumped out. This one had a female shape. Hovering in the air above the bed, within the circle of light, they hissed and glared. They looked down at Lucian's body, which was completely normal now. Then, as if losing interest in Lucian, they turned to look at Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia. The creatures didn't seem able to leave the light circle, but Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia formed that circle. One of the creatures moved inward for a bit, and Bertram could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to back away, trying to gain as much momentum as they could to run at the wall that was stopping them from doing what they were here to do. They'd soon charge at Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia, who stood defenseless with their arms wide. Jasmine had told him not to do it, but Bertram drew his gun and fired at the creatures. The two bullets ricocheted before hitting their targets and struck one of the side walls in the bedroom. The creatures paused their attack on the women and turned toward him. He knew they couldn't leave the circle of light. But one of them looked in the direction the bullets had gone. If Bertram wasn't mistaken, the creature grinned. He didn't know what he had done when he fired his gun, but he had a feeling his interaction might have opened a way out for it. The creatures walked right past the light wall toward him. He stepped back, teetering at the top of the stairs. Even if he rolled himself down the stairs, he didn't think he'd be able to escape. In another second, they'd leap at him. Behind the creatures, Jasmine, Beatrice, and Mia steered the light they formed away from Lucian and blasted the creatures from behind. They exploded into flames. Bertram felt himself flying out of the window. It was like being shot by a cannon. Not that he had experienced that before, but it couldn't be any worse. Flying through the air wasn't so bad, but the landing was a bit harsh. He landed on top of a tent being used by the Arts and Crafts Center next door. Then he crashed through it onto a table with a lot of colorful paintings and artwork. There were many people around him and a lot of music, which died down when he dropped from the sky. That was all he wrote. Chapter 21. Jasmine glanced at the clock on the wall. She had been sitting in this police interview room for an hour. Across the table, Grace took notes on a notepad. Jasmine knew she shouldn't, but she did it anyway. She peeked into Grace's emotions. She got nothing. Her supernatural senses were really off. It was impossible that Grace wasn't feeling anything. Bertram was in the ER, and that was where Jasmine wanted to be, not here, a prisoner of these walls. She couldn't imagine Grace wanted to be here either. She peeked again. Nothing. Grace finished her notes and looked up. So you were saying you had no knowledge about number 10 High Street, and you never met Leonard Bryan before this incident? No, I had no knowledge of what was buried on Lot 10. I know the land, though, and I know William, the previous owner. Grace nodded. And what was your profession before coming to Australia, Miss Keene? She asked. Jasmine. Yes, Jasmine. I was a chef. I worked in Paris and London before coming here. You weren't just a chef. You worked for one of the highest profile restaurants in a world-famous center of cultural activities. Why did you leave all that behind to manage a small resort in this little town? Grace tapped a polished nail on her phone as if suggesting to Jasmine that she could verify anything Jasmine said. How is that relevant to the body? I'm not sure why I'm here. Am I being charged with something? No, you're not being charged. But the questioning is because fatal incidents have occurred that may be connected to you somehow. That's not correct. I know my rights. I have no connection with the body that was found, and as far as the van explosion is concerned, it happened close to my vineyard. I was a victim. I'm not making speculations here. When I say you're involved, I have supporting evidence. If you have anything, I should be under arrest. If the evidence says you're the murderer, then yes, I'll arrest you in a heartbeat. While I haven't yet established that you're a murderer, I do have evidence that directly connects you with the body found on High Street. Now I'm asking you again, why did you leave London for Gisborne? Personal reasons. That's not an answer. My parents wanted me to take care of the vineyard. I'm sure you have this information already. Grace smiled. Now we're talking. Yes, I have that information. They purchased the land and built the vineyard. For years, they let you work overseas and pursue your dreams. And then suddenly, they asked you to come back here. Surprisingly, you dropped everything to do so. Okay, so you're a good child. But as soon as you arrived, your parents conveniently disappeared. Don't bring my parents into this. Jasmine did her best to control her temper, but the clock on the wall cracked and fell to the floor. She had never had an issue controlling her energy, but with her supernatural senses being off recently and the ability to freeze air coming to her out of the blue, it made sense that a trigger to her past life that had taken her years to get under control would make her energy surge. Grace glanced at the broken clock. Well, I guess there's more than one skeleton buried somewhere in this region, and I'm guessing it has something to do with unexplained phenomena. You know nothing about the supernatural. It would be in your best interest to leave anything that seems unnatural alone. If you poke a sleeping bear, don't be surprised if it gets angry with you. So you admit that this homicide has something to do with the supernatural? You watch too much TV, Grace. You're painting a whole supernatural picture based on a loose nail and a broken clock. Grace leaned back in her chair. You're right. A loose nail and a broken clock mean nothing. I should wait until you turn a dog into a rabbit to conclude that you're able to use some unexplained power to make things go your way. Let's start with your initials. Why did you carve J.K. into a bone? A ritual practice. Jasmine smiled at Grace. There are two components to your question, the initials and the carving. Well, as far as the initials are concerned, they could stand for J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter books. If I were her, I'd be filthy rich and wouldn't need a job. Or it could be John F. Kennedy, the late President of the United States. If I had that kind of authority, I'd talk to the Australian government and sack your entire department for working on unexplainable incidents and drawing conclusions based on non-supporting evidence. As for the carving on the old bone, I figure you're trying to establish whether the initials there before death or added post-mortem. In the former scenario, it might mean a murder. In the latter, it could be some weird ritual. Unfortunately for you, I didn't do either. Any more questions? Grace smiled. Yes, I didn't say it was an old bone. Jasmine shook her head and smiled back. It must be something huge in Police Central to catch something like this. Look, there's a leak in the police department. Or our system has been hacked and someone got their hands on our classified information. Grace, that's nothing in this small town. Everyone knows everyone else's business here. Landon had to call for help from all the medical staff in the hospital when the dead body melted into nothingness and left him with a single bone that looked like it came from a mummy. Even the delivery guy and the custodians at the hospital know about it. You're wasting your time trying to pin anything on me. All weaponry used by those with the SLE has a signature stamp to ensure the SLE was held accountable for all their activities. But the stamp could only be seen by the supernatural authority. There wasn't even a system to hack. Only supernatural eyes could see it. How did Grace know about it? And if the dead body was a supernatural criminal she had killed, it would have been all bones by now. What would be the point of creating the illusion of flesh and then letting it turn to bones in front of the police? Someone or something wanted to alert the human police about her connection with the SLE, but why? Jasmine leaned back in her chair and looked at Grace. If there are no more questions, can I go now? I want to check on Bertram in the ER. He's there because you put him there, and I've told him to stay away from you, in a professional capacity, of course. I'll visit him as a friend, Grace. There's more to life than one's profession, at least in my case. Look, the more you try to control what Bertram does, the more you'll push him away. Said someone who let her boyfriend rot in the forest because he didn't follow her orders. A surge of adrenaline and energy shot out of Jasmine like a tidal wave. In a flash, it was out of control. Grace was thrown to the wall and crashed to the floor. She pushed Jasmine away when she tried to help her stand up. Is that how you threw Bertram out of the window? Be careful. You're crossing the point of no return, Grace. The supernatural is not be messed with, and they don't care how you buddy up within the human police force. Jasmine walked out of the interviewing room and went back to her home at Vines and Soul. She didn't care if it wasn't safe there anymore. She curled up in her bed and was sick for the entire afternoon. Chapter 22. Yorkshire, England, 10 years ago. It was freezing cold, and Jasmine loved it. It balanced out the heat of the adrenaline and energy running full steam throughout her body. It was only a 10 minutes drive from the city, but the woods made it seem as if she had been transported back to the Middle Ages. She was the youngest on her London supernatural tactical team, but she had more experience than many. More importantly, she never failed. It wasn't her intention to up her criminal hunting record. She simply believed evil didn't have any place in her world, and she would do whatever it took to destroy it. She had lost count of how many operations she had conducted. This should be a quick one, but it was never easy. She loved a challenge, though. She glanced at the compass. This should be the right spot. She took the artifact out of a safe bag sealed by the couple and carefully placed it on the ground. The statue of the god of darkness stared at her. She wasn't much into arts and mythology, but she understood why the council had to use this statue instead of a safe container. Mythical elements needed magical shields and protection. She heard a faint sound behind her. She knew that movement. Vampires. She pulled out her 2 short silver-bladed daggers, the only effective weapons against vampires these days. They moved as fast as the wind. 4 of them surrounded her. I'm flattered. She smiled at them. 4 of you against 1 of me. You have a reputation, J.K., the older vampire said. Good to know. I'm also known for being merciful. So I'll give you 3 seconds. If you vanish, I'll consider that this attempt to interrupt my mission didn't occur. Give us the statue and we'll leave you alone, young lady. Consider that a no deal. The vampires charged at her. In the space of 20 seconds, she had knocked them all down. The silver blades cut into their flesh. Ironically, for the undead, they now died a painful, mortal death. They were vampires. They could have lived forever. Why risk that for what was inside this statue? Supernatural creatures shouldn't be greedy. There was another faint noise behind her. 5 vamps, come on, she turned around. Liam, what are you doing here? Honey, you're a vampire hunter. Don't honey me, Liam, go away. She tackled him, pushing him away from the statue, although she knew it was too late. Why are you here? I suspected that you had supernatural power. I knew it, see? You just killed those vampires. Liam, why did you follow me? She felt a tear roll down her face. The statue you have, it's real. Do you know its value? Don't know and don't care. Do you know what I'm doing? I can guess. You're dealing in these antique items. You think I steal and sell for a profit? It doesn't matter, Jasmine. I won't tell anyone. But with that item, we can be set for life. It's the most valuable thing I've ever come across. I won't sell it for money. And this item, this god statue, has just killed you, Liam. What? This statue contains the cure for the future Black Death. It's a magical toxin, but for infected humans, it's a cure. If you're not infected, it will kill you. The only creatures that can keep it for future use are hybrid vampires, and I plan to give this statue to them. You've been poisoned by it by just being here. It's airborne, but you carried it. Aren't you human? I have supernatural energy in me. I'm trained and protected by supernatural forces. I work for the supernatural law enforcement. So I'll just go to the hospital and get myself fixed. I can't let you leave. I can't let you spread this to the general human population, Liam, and they don't have a cure anyway. So you're saying I should just stay here and die, and you'll let me die here? He began to have difficulty breathing. In a few short seconds, he turned blue. You won't take me to the hospital, Jasmine? His knees buckled. She caught him and eased him down until he was leaning against a tree. The hospital can't save you now, Liam, but there is a way out if you want to take it. How? The statue has to be delivered to the hybrid vampires. They will take you in. You're smart and you have power in the human community. You're the kind of people they want. Offer them some benefit and they'll turn you. You'll have immortality, Liam. I'll be a vampire? Yes, immortality. Don't you want that? Being a vampire doesn't guarantee immortality. Whatever it is, it's better than a mortal death, isn't it? Can we still be together? Are you supernatural? I'm not sure. I don't know. I have special abilities, but I'll grow old, get sick, and die like any other mortal being. I don't know if we can still be together after you're turned. Can I think about it? You don't have time. I have to leave before the hybrid vampires arrive. Take me with you. After all the time we spent together, you can't take me with you? Even if I told you I wanted to remain human and die in your arms, you wouldn't take me. Liam, the protective shield of this statue doesn't reach that far. As soon as I take you out of this forest, you'll spread this toxin to the general public. It will kill a lot of people. I don't think that's what you want. You'd rather have me turn into a vampire? It's your decision. I want you to live no matter what form you're in. If you die, there's nothing I can do to change it. She stood and he reached out for her, but he was too weak to stand. She took one of her daggers and placed it next to his hand. Think about it, Liam. If you live, we might have a chance. If you die, we have no chance. I'm going to leave you my dagger. Think about this before the vampires arrive. If you decide not to be turned, you can terminate yourself. She wiped away another tear. I hope you live so we'll have a chance to build our lives together, Liam. Promise me you'll think about it? He nodded. She kissed his forehead, and then she walked away. Chapter 23. Did he kill himself or go with the vampires? Mia asked, straining her eyes to look at Jasmine in the dark. She had found her friend lying on the couch, door unlocked, with the lights off and the heater not running. Jasmine sat up and looked at her groggily. When did you get here? You've been talking to me for 15 minutes, Jasmine. I didn't hypnotize you or anything. I guess you told me your story because your subconscious mind wanted to talk. And physically, you look like a mess right now. Huh? I rest my case. I'm freezing, so I'm going to turn on the heat and some lights. After that, Mia went to the kitchen and got Jasmine some water. Thanks. Jasmine took the water and glanced around her own home as if trying to get her bearings. Is Bertram okay? Have you seen him? Yes, I saw him in the ER. He's up, fine and dandy. Nothing's broken, just cuts and bruises. He asked about you, in front of his sadistic ex-girlfriend. Grace? Oh no. Jasmine buried her face in her hands. Come on, Jasmine, you're better than that. She picked you up and dragged you to the station for nothing. She's vindictive, and it's easy to see that she and Bertram have no chemistry. If you're like this because of her, I'm disappointed in you. Jasmine shook her head. No, it's not that. So this is about Liam? Silence. I'm a psychologist, not a mind reader, Jasmine. You have to tell me what's on your mind. I know you left your past behind and you don't care to revisit it. But if it's causing you problems right now, you need to address it or you won't have a future. You have to let me in, Jasmine. The vampire messaged me after the incident, saying they'd taken Liam with them and would train him. I took that to mean they had turned him. Not only would he be a young vampire, but he would be on who'd had no exposure to the supernatural, so I thought he'd need a lot of practice to survive on his own. I didn't hear from him. I thought he must have completed his training and was enjoying his new life and identity so much that he didn't want to come back to me. And I was okay with that. I moved on. Mia sat down opposite Jasmine after pouring herself a glass of Sauvignon Blanc. Did Grace say something today that suggested otherwise? Jasmine nodded. Liam killed himself with my dagger. The bone at 10 High Street is his. My whole life I thought he didn't want to be with me after he was turned. I thought I had given him the only option given the circumstances. I thought I had done the right thing. She wiped a tear from her face with her sleeve. I went on with my life after I left him to rot in the woods. Okay. Mia nodded, then handed Jasmine her wine. Is that what Grace said? She asked. Maybe. I can't remember. What difference does it make? So why would the vampires take Liam if he had killed himself before they arrived? Maybe he didn't do it before they got there. Liam is very smart. Maybe he asked them to do him a favor. Maybe he asked them to tell me they had him so that I wouldn't know he died. Why would they do him a favor? He wouldn't tell them it was for him, but for me, and they would have done it for me. In fact, they owed me a lot. That was why I thought they would take him. He might have told them that the truth would destroy me, and if they could lie for him, I would be better off. Right. So you said Liam was very weak when you left him. Would he have had enough strength to stab himself with a dagger, hard enough to stamp your initials on the bone? No, he wouldn't have had the strength to do that. That was my thought when I left my dagger with him. I wanted him to feel I had given him options. But at that point, I knew he had no choice but to let himself be turned or die there and rot. He wouldn't let that happen. That's not Liam. Dead or alive, he would always want control. He might have asked the vampires to kill him, but they wouldn't touch my dagger. And that doesn't explain the initials on the bone. So the only plausible explanation is that he took the vampire's offer. Mia smiled. Grace is one up on you on this one. Yes. In fact, the only things she said to me were that the bone has my initials on it, and I left my boyfriend to rot in the woods. She let me put 2 and 2 together myself, because she was banking on the fact that everyone has guilt, including me, and that was the weak spot she attacked. What would I do without you, Mia? This was the Jasmine that Mia knew. She was tenacious when she wanted something badly, and when she made a mistake, she was honest and admitted it. That's what friends are for. So get up and go wash your face. We have work to do. When Jasmine left for the bathroom, her phone rang and showed the Vines and Soul number. Mia picked up. Jasmine's phone, Mia speaking. Hi, it's Nathan and Fiona here. We're interns. Yes, I know who you are. What's up? Lisa didn't come back to work today, so we're helping to close up the restaurant, said Nathan. There's a package here, a wooden box addressed to Jasmine. It was left on the doorstep of the kitchen. Should we put it in her office or leave it for her in the kitchen? Mia heard Jasmine storming out of the bathroom. Don't touch it, we'll be right there, Mia said. 10 minutes later, Mia and Jasmine were in the kitchen of the restaurant staring at the box. Nathan and Fiona, said Jasmine, please go inside the restaurant. Oh no, Jasmine, Nathan said. I found this box, and I'd feel better staying here with you just in case it's unsafe. Me too, said Fiona. I think it's okay, Jasmine, said Mia. Lisa picked up the other box and she was fine. Jasmine nodded. As long as we don't trigger anything. Just step back a bit, will you? Nathan and Fiona took a few steps back. Jasmine opened the lid of the box. Inside was a bunch of vines arranged in the shape of the red phantom symbol. A small note was placed on top of the vines. It read, "JK, long time no see, Billy." Billy Stone, Jasmine muttered. Mia nodded. Jasmine had mentioned he was the brother of a vampire she had killed in London. They heard a car out front. That's Bertram and Grace, Jasmine said without looking. Nathan and Fiona went into the restaurant to greet them at the front door. Mia couldn't help but smile when she heard them whispering. Fiona, don't stare, said Nathan. It's not a good first impression, plus he's not even that good looking. He looks like he walked straight out of Men's Vogue, Fiona replied. So yes, he's hot, but I'm not staring. The woman with him looks like she'll cut my throat if I go anywhere near him. Now she's the definition of hot. Don't drool, Nathan. She's taken. Mia chuckled. What fun to be in your 20s, she said to herself. Chapter 24. Jasmine went into the restaurant and walked straight toward the registration counter. Bertram had stayed at Vines and Soul Resort before, so he knew the counter in the restaurant was used as the reception for the resort. She placed a room key on the counter. This is the cabin you stayed in before, Bertram. Thank you. Bertram took the key. Are you sharing the cabin with him, Grace? Or would you like a separate room? Grace locked eyes with her, and Jasmine was sure she saw flames in them. Grace's tenacity hadn't changed since that afternoon, but whatever had happened between then and now had lowered her emotional guard a bit. Mixed in with her anger and frustration was also a deep sorrow so profound it surprised Jasmine. But Grace masked her emotions extremely well. And with her current subpar psychic ability, Jasmine couldn't tell for sure what was going on. I'm not staying. I'm just dropping him off. He convinced the doctor to discharge him from the hospital, but he's not allowed to drive. Since he chose not to report why he jumped out of that window and ended up in the ER, there's nothing for the police to do. Still, my ex-boss asked me to assist him. I drove him here as he requested, and now he's in your hands. I'll make sure he has the best service we can offer. As for the case regarding 10 High Street, I've concluded it's a cold case, but I do have evidence about your involvement, Miss Keene. You'll be receiving the paperwork from the Central Police soon, and we'll proceed from there. I can't wait. Grace smiled at Bertram. It's late, and I have to drive back to the city. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Grace. He walked her back to her car. Nathan and Fiona, you can go back to your cabin now, said Jasmine. I'll finish up here. Are you sure? Fiona asked. Jasmine smiled at her. I'm sure. And by the way, I know you have your first day with the Vines tomorrow. It's going to be a big day, so get a good night's sleep. Stay in your cabin, and if you see anyone you don't know outside, don't invite them inside. Why not? Asked Nathan. What's wrong? Should we call you or call the police if we see something? Fiona asked. Just lock your door and stay inside tonight, said Jasmine. You're more than welcome to stay at my place, or Beatrice's school, or Libby's if you're worried, said Mia. No, we're fine here, said Nathan, but thank you. Reluctantly, Nathan and Fiona returned to their cabins via the kitchen and the back door. Soon, Bertram came back inside and met them. He sat down at the counter. Are you allowed to drink? Jasmine asked. I don't need permission for that. She poured Mia her favorite white and gave Bertram a glass of the best red of the vineyard. How are Beatrice and Lucienne? Bertram asked. Lucian is recuperating at Beatrice's place, Jasmine said. He might need a couple of days. Beatrice is grounded in her own home. After what happened, she'll never leave him alone ever again when he's at the vulnerable stage of his transformation. And then she'll complain about missing out on what's happening tonight for the next 10 years, Mia muttered. What happened? Bertram asked. Nothing yet, but soon, Mia said. I'll let Jasmine tell you. Bertram looked at Jasmine, waiting. Jasmine gave him a smile. You came here because you have questions for me. So let's hear those first. Bertram sipped his wine. Because of the information Lucian gave me about the police and the Red Phantom, I called Jim. Jasmine sighed. Bertram now knew she had replaced his list. I understand why you did what you did with the list. We'll talk about that later. But I have the original now, and Red Phantom is on it. You found a link with your police department, didn't you? And Grace has a connection with it, Mia said, studying Bertram over the rim of her drink. He took another sip of wine and nodded. Grace's integrity and work ethic are impeccable. Of that, I am 100% sure. And one of the most important codes of conduct in our line of work is that we don't compromise our sources. She did receive information about supernatural connections, but she will never give up where she got it. As for how she plans to use the information against Jasmine and the others related to this case, it depends on the evidence she claims to have. If she believes you're guilty, she will be tenacious, but there's nothing personal about it. Strictly professional. Grace doesn't separate professional and personal matters as well as you think, Bertram, Jasmine said. But let's worry about that later. She put Billy Stone's note on the table. This needs our immediate attention. Billy Stone is the current head of the Red Phantom. Bertram almost jumped out of his skin when he heard that. He's coming for you. Where can we get silver bullet guns or anything that kills vampires? Despite all evidence pointing to the contrary, I'm still not convinced that whatever is happening here is Billy's doing. I agree with Jasmine, said Mia. It's too perfect. It's like someone is setting him up. But he's a vampire, right? And his organization has corrupted multiple institutions in both the supernatural and the human world. Isn't that correct? Asked Bertram. Jasmine nodded. But there are two things that whoever is setting him up doesn't seem to know. First, he never reveals his identity to anyone he hires. It doesn't matter how high caliber a job you're doing for him, you never know it comes from him. So when the dead people we dealt with in this case kept mentioning his name, I believed right away that it was a setup. Second, when he kills a human, he leaves a fang mark in the middle of the forehead. He calls it the kiss of death. That's his signature. And dealing with explosives is totally out of character for him. So is this note from him? Bertram asked. Jasmine looked at the note again. Yes, it's him. In a corner of her mind, she felt Barbara reaching out to her. Terrifying emotions stormed into her, whirling like a tornado. The emotions felt physically close, as if Barbara was somewhere in the vineyard or its vicinity. She rushed out of the restaurant and ran home. She knew Bertram and Mia were right behind her and didn't object. She needed them with her so that she could get them into a home. Vines and Soul restaurant was a business. Because it wasn't a home, there would be no way to keep vampires out. The cabins she had Nathan and Fiona in were spell protected. They should be fine for now. Once home, she rushed into her bedroom and pulled out an old box from the back of a cabinet. She changed her clothes and armed herself with weapons she had kept from her time serving in the SLE. When she walked into the living room, she saw the sparks in Bertram's eyes. She could tell he liked this look. She was clad in black leather from head to toe and wore a belt and buckle weapon harness, which contained her usual daggers. "Mia, can I have a word with you, please?" she asked and returned to her bedroom. Mia followed. "I need you to stay inside this house and keep Bertram here. Knock him out if you need to. Neither of you is equipped to deal with vampires, and I'm not losing either of you as collateral damage. But you don't have protection from the SLE anymore. Shouldn't we call for assistance from the Coven? Maybe tomorrow, but not tonight. Promise you'll stay inside." "I promise." Jasmine climbed out her window and exited via the back garden. Chapter 25. Grace didn't go home. She didn't have a home to go to. Her family lived in New South Wales. She lived in Melbourne because that was where her first job was. She did love the city, but she loved her career more, and she'd follow it wherever it led her. Then there was Bertram. He had entered her life like a tornado, unpredictable, vicious, and damaging. Just like a tornado, the aftermath had been long-lasting and more painful than the storm itself. She didn't regret it, though. She parked on a side street and entered the apartment block where Bertram lived. She walked straight to the elevator bank and entered 265 on the keypad. A blue light flashed, and the elevator door opened for her. This was another way residents in the building could let their guests, who had no key, in. The elevator stopped at level 26. She walked along the corridor and stopped in front of an apartment 5 doors from Bertram's. The plain, dark, painted door stared at her. On her way out, when she had come to Bertram's apartment to return the key and had run into Jasmine, she had been pulled into this apartment. It happened so fast she couldn't remember how she got there. She just knew she awoke to find herself lying on the floor. Grace pushed at the door, which had been unlocked for her. The apartment was like before, dark with the smell of rotten flesh in the air. The 2 bodies, which she guessed were the bodies of the owners of this apartment, lay in one corner of the living room. The air conditioner was running at full capacity, but she knew that sooner or later, people would find out. A woman's voice came from behind a decorative screen dividing the living room. "I'm glad you came back, Grace. It proves that the information I gave you was useful." She hadn't seen the woman before, and she couldn't see her now, but she got the impression the woman hadn't moved from that spot since the last time they spoke. Not really. It wasn't enough to link Jasmine to the old murder. The police couldn't identify who the bone belonged to, but you were right that Jasmine has something to do with the supernatural. And I do believe she has something to do with that bone. So I've come here to take you up on your offer. That offer is no longer on the table. I know where Lucian is now, and I no longer need him dead because he has leaked the secret to the police. To Bertram, to be precise. Bertram has looked into the central database, and that has alerted your superior, who I happen to deal with. The police are living in your pocket. The woman chuckled. I can offer them something far better than money, Grace. And what is that? Well, when I offered you one life and death wish, I know you didn't believe me. You pretended to because you wanted the information I had. Well, I can give those people immortality. That's something money can't buy. In return, I want something quite substantial. But I don't want immortality, said Grace. Do you plan to pay for that information? No, but you killed the owners of this apartment, and people will find the bodies very soon. I can help you clear that. Didn't you hear the part where I told you I know your boss? Grace nodded. I need one piece of information. Will you tell me what it's going to cost me? Sure. What is it that you want to know? Who is Jasmine, really? That will cost you dearly. Grace chuckled. I'm not surprised. Jasmine is mine. You can't touch her, kill her, or do anything that would cause her to lose even a single hair. The price to know her real identity is that you have to get rid of her 2 annoying girlfriends. You want me to commit murder? That's not going to happen. Jasmine is special to me, and to a lot of people. She's pricey. So she's connected to the supernatural. I assume she has supernatural abilities. If you keep trying to deduce information from our conversation, I'm going to start charging you for it. Grace nodded. All right, then we have no deal. As far as I'm concerned, we never met. She turned to leave. What if I can give you supernatural abilities? Others might do whatever it takes to gain immortality, but for a person like you, that might be a more attractive proposition. What kind of abilities? Anything from small power that will allow you to toss a man out the window to having enough power to derail a full passenger train or stop a flying airplane. You're saying Jasmine only needed to use a little bit of power to throw Bertram out the window. She frowned. What can she do at her full capacity? That would be a very expensive piece of information indeed. But instead of giving you information that does you no good, I can give you power, and then you can do whatever you want with it. And the best part is, I'll give it to you for free. What's the catch? You'll become my protege. I don't even know who you are. You will after you agree. You have no obligation to work for me or do anything you don't want to do. Why me? I like you. You have grit. Can I have some time to think about it? Of course. Give me your left arm. Grace held out her left arm. A blue light flashed in the air. She recoiled when she felt a searing pain on the inside of her forearm. A round seal in glowing blue was imprinted on her skin. Put your right palm on that seal and say Zasa when you're ready. And remember, there is nothing I can do if you are dead. When you decide to become my protege, you will be turned supernatural. You cannot undo that. Does that mean I'll be immortal? No, you will just have special power, like Jasmine. So what kind of creature will I be? You ask too many questions. The only thing I can tell you now is that you will not turn into a vampire or werewolf. You will be immune from their genes, and you will be stronger than Jasmine. Grace nodded. I'll think about it, she said, then turned around and walked out of the apartment. Chapter 26. Jasmine switched on all the supernatural senses she had to navigate to where Barbara was. She needed Barbara's fear to intensify and stay strong so she could get a feel for the direction in which to go. But that would also mean Barbara was in immediate danger, and it might be too late, even if Jasmine found her. The signal seemed to be coming from the far end of the vineyard, where there were several storage units, warehouses, and the wine cellar. That corner was also close to the B&B where Barbara had previously worked. It made perfect sense. If she'd left something behind and come back for it, she would go to the B&B. Thinking no further, Jasmine hurried in that direction. Her prediction was correct. In the backyard of the B&B, Barbara was frantically digging. She had a small flashlight on and had dug a small hole that was about 2 square feet in size. There were a couple other holes about 5 feet away, suggesting she didn't know exactly where she should be digging. Barbara! The woman's head jerked up and tears streamed from her eyes when she saw Jasmine. Please help me, Jasmine. You can sense things. You'll know where it is. I'm running out of time. What are you looking for? A heart, Billy Stone's heart. I'm sorry, Barbara, but I don't get it. He's a vampire. He's undead. Why would his heart be here? I don't know. The Satan Club sold me to Heart of Stone. I have to buy myself out of that club, and the price is Billy Stone's heart. I tried to run. I told your interns about the soil, but she got me again. I need the heart. Okay, slow down. I don't know Heart of Stone. Is it a vampire club? No, they're not vampires. I don't know what they are, but they want the heart of Billy Stone. All I've got is this. She handed Jasmine an old piece of paper that had a poem of some sort in Latin written on it and a sketch of an old tree with peculiarly shaped branches that looked like the one in this backyard. Are you sure it's around here? Barbara shook her head. No, that's why I'm begging you to use your ability to help me. With the size of this vineyard, I'll be digging forever. I can sense emotions from people who are alive, Barbara. I can't sense vampires, so I won't be able to help you find a vampire's heart. Then there's no point waiting, said a low, deep male voice that echoed in the air. A shadow rushed past Jasmine. She drew her dagger. It was too dark. She couldn't see much. After being out of practice and off active duty for years, she didn't have the reflexes she used to. She swung her dagger, but all she sliced was the cold, thin air. In the light of the flashlight, she saw Barbara's body flip up in the air and then smash down to the ground. A gigantic vampire stood upon her body. Jasmine brandished her dagger and charged at him. He swung his arm in her direction, and the air pressure hit her hard. She felt like she'd just been hit by a truck. Jasmine was thrown into the trunk of the weird tree that Barbara had been digging around. She dropped to the ground. She didn't have any power generated by her training with the SLE. With her natural power and ability alone, she had no chance of even giving this vampire a slight scratch. He picked Barbara's body up with one hand and sunk his teeth into her forehead. In a few seconds, Barbara's life left her. He dropped her body on the ground and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Jasmine stood and backed away toward her vineyard. "Billy Stone, long time no see. I didn't even recognize you." "JK, I didn't recognize you either. Still beautiful, but you're so human now." "I'll take that as a compliment. I'm no longer involved with the SLE. Why are you looking for me?" "I know you don't work for them anymore. That's why I didn't understand why you were after me." "I wasn't after you. I received threats, made to look like they came from you, but I knew better. If you wanted to seek revenge for Ivan's death, you would have done so a long time ago." "I was just protecting myself and my father's legacy. My network alerted me that you had started digging around the Gisborne site, which I couldn't allow to happen. I knew nothing about your heart, or about the fact it might be buried here. Not until Barbara told me just now. How is that possible?" "I respected your professionalism when you worked with the SLE. I believe you are still a person of integrity now. So I'm telling you this. I keep supernatural business within the supernatural community and wouldn't do anything to harm the humans. But there have been so many new groups emerging. I am not in control of them, and they are the ones causing chaos." "Like Heart of Stone? What's that?" "I think it's a crossworld group." Billy shook his head. "I don't touch anything having to do with crossworlds." "I still don't get why your heart would be buried here. If I told you, I would have to kill you, JK, and I don't want to do that." "But for you to make an appearance, it must be an important event. If you don't kill me, then what do you hope to achieve by coming here?" "I am a businessman. I would like to buy your vineyard." "It's not for sale." He chuckled and walked a slow circle around her. "You see, I offered to pay. All you have to do is to name your price. Either that or I'll kill you, and that would be a pity. If you kill me, the land will go to the Coven, which is managed by Samuel Lopez." That wizard? I don't care for him." "Then go away now that we've cleared the air. I didn't poke my nose into your business, and you didn't send me threats. Let's get out of each other's way before things get complicated." He frowned, contemplated for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I want your land, and I'll get it regardless." Like a flash of lightning, he ran at her. Her dagger wouldn't work on him now, but she swung it up in defense anyway. He dodged the blade and pushed her to the ground. She swiveled and gave him a hard kick, making him falling backward. Jasmine got to her feet and withdrew further into her vineyard. There were no gates or boundaries, so she couldn't prevent him from following her. If she survived this, that would be the first thing she'd fix. Mia ran out from the dark, a wooden stake in her hand. Taken by surprise, Billy whirled around to avoid the stake. He pushed Mia, who managed to roll across the ground in a skilled Aikido movement. Billy didn't see Bertram dart in from another direction and throw a silver knife at him, but he was one of the oldest and toughest vampires in existence. His experience paid off. He dodged the knife before it could stab him in the head, but he couldn't avoid the second knife, which scratched his shoulder. Billy roared and ran off into the darkness. Mia and Bertram pulled Jasmine along with them and withdrew further into the vineyard. They needed to find a place with doors. Billy would be back shortly, and none of their weapons would help them sustain his attack. Chapter 27. The fall hurt more than Jasmine expected. Maybe she was much older and weaker than she thought. There was no point in resenting the fact that Mia didn't keep her promise. She'd gone outside, brought Bertram with her, and they'd both attacked one of the most notorious vampires in the Western Hemisphere. She shouldn't complain, as Mia and Bertram had just saved her backside. "Here, come here," they heard Nathan call out. He stood in the distance with a small flashlight, frantically waving and pointing toward his cabin. "Go, go, go there!" Jasmine shouted to Bertram and Mia, telling them to head toward Nathan's cabin. When they stormed inside the small cabin, which had a door to close and prevent uninvited visits from vampires, Fiona was already there. "This cabin is spell protected, so we should be fine for a bit," Jasmine said. Bertram winced and sat down on the sofa. "Thanks, Nathan. How did you know we were fighting at the back of the vineyard?" Jasmine asked. "Nathan said he had a feeling," said Fiona, "but I heard it. You were loud. Also, I thought I heard Barbara's voice, the woman we talked to at the airport, so Nathan went out to check." "You both seem to be pretty comfortable with what you saw," Mia said. Nathan shrugged. "I watch enough movies and TV shows to have some idea about the supernatural. Haven't seen a real supernatural being yet until now, but it wasn't as scary as I expected." "Same here, except I haven't seen the real thing. Did you see his fangs?" Fiona asked Nathan. "Nope, I was standing like a mile away. He was moving very fast, though." "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Jasmine asked. He shrugged. "You gotta do what you gotta do. You went out on your own. You're what, some kind of warrior, Jasmine?" "I used to be in the paranormal police." "That's so cool," Fiona said. "What's your plan, Jasmine?" Bertram asked. "I mean, the part that involves us." "Don't be testy, Bertram," Jasmine said with a scowl. "I left you in the house for your own safety." "Yes, and you were almost killed by Billy Stone," said Mia. "What does he want from you?" "I thought he wanted revenge on me because I killed his brother. But that's not it. For some reason, he thinks his heart is buried somewhere in this vineyard." "So, that vampire was the one who sent you the box of vines?" Fiona asked. Jasmine nodded. "But he said he's here because he thought I tried to provoke him. He thought I tried to dig up his heart." "Burying a vampire's heart?" asked Mia. "What sort of hex is that?" "I can only think of one thing," said Jasmine. "It's a curse, not to kill, but to ransom. One effective way to kill a vampire is with a stake or a silver knife to the heart. I've heard of a curse that could separate the heart from the vampire. So you don't kill the vampire, but you could hold the vampire for ransom for a very long time." Bertram nodded. "Someone is stirring up the past. If you and Billy kill each other, who would benefit from that?" "I honestly don't know. I haven't lived that life for such a long time, and things have changed. But I believe this has to do with Ivan's death," Jasmine said. "He told me he had a lover." Bertram pulled out his cell phone. "Now we're talking. When he was alive, when he was an active vampire, what human identity did Ivan use?" "Ivan's Wilderness. It's a sex club." "Did he have a known girlfriend?" Jasmine shook her head. "If he did, she wasn't a vampire and wasn't on the records I had." "All right, here's what I think. Grace is right. This one is a cold case. Landon couldn't find the identity of the bone's owner because he was looking in the wrong place. I'm going to text this to Grace. She's very good with databases. If she can run these results against the central data for the human identity of the owner of the sex club, we might get a hit. Then we'll run it against that person's travel records to and from Australia." By the time Bertram finished talking, he'd finished the text to Grace. "Jasmine, how was the relationship between Ivan and Billy?" asked Bertram. "They didn't have one. I never saw them together during the time I investigated Ivan. I wouldn't assume anything, though. That's typical behavior for large vampire families. Most of the time, they don't get along well." "I'm going to try another scenario. I'm texting Jim right now," Bertram said, texting and speaking at the same time. Billy didn't know where his heart was buried, but he kept silent until now, when he thought Jasmine was going to dig it up and might kill him. He didn't look for the heart before because he assumed it was in a safe location. "Dead men don't talk," Mia said. "If he couldn't get a person to give him the heart, he killed them so he'd never have to worry about being held for ransom." "Until now," Jasmine said. "He thinks I dug it up to do just that." Bertram contemplated. "Jasmine, you said Ivan begged you to not terminate him, and one of the reasons was that he was in love with someone. So why isn't there any information about the girlfriend anywhere? Maybe the family didn't approve of her. What about Billy Stone? Is he married?" Jasmine nodded. "I've heard rumors. That was after I left SLE. But the Red Phantom doesn't usually publicize this sort of information." Bertram looked at his phone. Jim got some results. Ivan never married, and there's no record of a relationship anywhere. Billy Stone married once. The marriage lasted 2 years and ended in a divorce, or whatever the equivalent term is in the vampire world. Another text flashed on Bertram's computer screen. Grace said the human identity of the owner of Ivan Wilderness is Leonard Bryan. "The dead businessman?" Mia asked. "Before he died, he said Billy Stone hired him, which Jasmine said Billy would never do." Bertram looked at his phone. Grace also said Leonard Bryan has made several offers to buy Jasmine's land, all of which were turned down by her parents. "I never heard about," Jasmine said, "but it looks like the heart might be buried here in this vineyard." She put the paper Barbara had given her on the coffee table. "So why did Heart of Stone instruct Barbara to look in the B&B? Bertram and Mia looked at the paper. Fiona and Nathan looked over their shoulders. "The B&B must have a deeper connection with the whole supernatural world than we think," Bertram said. "But this doesn't say anything about the B&B, Nathan said. "I don't read Latin, Nathan. I'm just basing my thoughts on the picture of the tree," Jasmine said. "Wait, you read Latin?" Fiona asked. Nathan shrugged. "Why wouldn't I?" "What does the poem say?" Mia asked. Nathan frowned. "It's not exactly a poem, it's more like a recipe. A salad recipe or something like that. It has fruit flavors, citrus, pink grapefruit, pineapple, and roses." "I know where it is," Jasmine yelped. "I know where Billy's heart is buried." A window shattered, and a gust of wind blasted into the cabin. The main light in the cabin exploded, and the electricity in the cabin went out, leaving the living area lit only by a small, battery-operated reading lamp Fiona had placed on the coffee table. A large cloud pooled and whirled in the room. The cloud stretched and enlarged, and from it, a beautiful woman in her 20s stepped out. "Crossworld spirit," Jasmine said. "Very good, Jasmine. I heard that you beat up one of the spirits in our group quite badly and forced her to leave the city." "I didn't force her to leave the city. I forced her to leave this plane altogether." That was quite harsh, especially from someone who no longer works for the SLE. "Who are you?" Bertram asked. "I heard you pulling strings to get information and doing your analyses with a limited amount of intel." "Very good, Bertram. No wonder you're such a good detective and have an impeccable record. Thank you all for the location of Billy's heart. I've been looking for it for a long time. I won't cause you any harm. I've come only for Chapter 28. A volley of thunder ran across the sky. It was pitch black outside. In a flash of lightning, they saw Billy Stone standing at the broken window where the spirit had gained entrance to the cabin. The light from the bolt that lit up the sky was enough for everyone to see a grin on his face, a face that had once been young and handsome, but was now the deathly pallor of an aloof vampire. He didn't show his fangs. He didn't need to. Because most of the time, when people saw him like this, they didn't have much longer to live. Billy looked into the cabin from the broken window. "Show some hospitality," he said. "Won't someone invite me in?" "No one utter a word," Bertram said. "Don't look at him," Mia shouted at Fiona, but it was too late. Fiona began to walk slowly toward the window as if hypnotized. Jasmine darted from behind Fiona. Before the woman could open her mouth to say anything, Jasmine cast a sleeping spell on her. As Fiona fell asleep in her arms, she turned around to see Nathan there. He had anticipated her need for him, and he took Fiona from Jasmine. "She's just asleep, I promise," Jasmine said. "I know," Nathan said and carried her to the bedroom. Outside the window, Billy smiled. "Since when do you stand on the same side as humans and minor witches, Zasa?" The spirit in the room approached the window. Her form was more solid now, but she still hovered a few inches above the ground. "Since when have you stood hopelessly in front of prey you can't kill, Billy?" He grinned. "You look the same, Zasa, still beautiful. You know you can come back to me at any time, don't you?" "I thought you were smart, Billy." He clucked his tongue. Wow, see what the outside world can do to an innocent princess of the underworld? Nasty. I've never been your princess, said Zasa. I've never been yours. If I hadn't pretended to be your little doll, would you have ever let me in with your family? Probably not, but I forgive you. Zasa's feet touched the ground. Her form became completely solid. I don't need your forgiveness. I messed with your life. A couple of explosions, a handful of dead bodies, a bunch of rumors. And you see, the infamous Billy Stone made an appearance in the Down Under. The smile vanished from Billy's face. So that was you. Zasa chuckled. You thought it was J.K., didn't you? Do you think she could run Heart of Stone after she retired to live as a witch in this little town? You are really out of touch with your business. You're not competent. You have no talent. What's the point of being undead? That's the point, Zasa. As much as you think Ivan, the love of your life, was the smart and talented one, he is dead, and I am still standing. She smiled at him. Not for long. Don't provoke him, Zasa, Jasmine scolded. He's more dangerous than you think. You overestimate him. If Billy were smart and capable, he wouldn't have had his heart cursed and hidden from him by his little brother, just to keep him in check. You think you can all hide in there until sunrise and then go dig up the heart to kill me? Billy laughed. You're mistaken. He's going to call his mercenaries. We're doomed, Jasmine said. But wouldn't he expose his secret to them if he called them? Mia asked. He'll kill them all afterward. Before Jasmine could finish her thought, they heard footsteps on the roof of the cabin. 4 mercenaries burst in through the roof. Zasa greeted 2 of them with a blast of energy, sending them crashing through furniture until they struck the far wall. When the fight broke out, Bertram and Mia grabbed the other 2. To the bedroom! Stay with Fiona! Jasmine shouted at Nathan. He obeyed. Then she looked at Zasa, who locked eyes with her. You want to kill both Billy and me, don't you? Asked Jasmine. Correct. You killed Ivan. I'd trade anything, even my immortality, to get your kill. I'll help you kill Billy. Then it will be between you and me alone. The others won't be harmed. Is it a deal? Yes. Jasmine raised her voice so that Billy could hear her. I'll take you to where the heart is. She had to do this. Even if Bertram and Mia could take down these 2 mercenaries, Billy had endless resources. They couldn't fight forever. Stop fighting, Billy ordered. The mercenaries stopped. I'm stepping outside, Jasmine said. I'll show you where your heart is buried. If my friends lose a single hair, you'll get nothing, Billy. I only want my heart back. It's not a big ask. He smiled. And yes, I promise I won't harm your friends. Jasmine led the way, and Zasa and Billy followed her. Do you consider Zasa your friend? Asked Billy. She turned and looked at him. You're kidding, right? Getting the response from her that he wanted, he grinned. In a heartbeat, he leaped at Zasa. A fight between an ancient spirit and a one-of-a-kind vampire was exciting to watch. Jasmine knew who she'd put her money on. Billy was busy, but it didn't mean he wasn't paying attention to Jasmine and her friends. One wrong move, and she could get Mia and Bertram killed. In a quick movement, Billy got Zasa pinned underneath him. She spat blood in his face and then vanished like a puff of smoke. It was an ability she had, but Billy didn't. Vampires could move very fast, but they couldn't disappear. He stood up from the ground. I'll worry about her later. Let's proceed. Jasmine took them to the Sauvignon block. It's here. Billy glanced at the block of vines. Here? Where, exactly? She showed him the piece of paper. As an ancient vampire, you read some Latin, right? He grunted. It was neither a yes nor a no, Jasmine said. The recipes on this page describe the taste of the grapes where the heart is buried. From the description, I know it's talking about Sauvignon grapes, but I don't know exactly where in this area your heart is buried. You'll have to get your guys to dig for it. Then dig, he said and signaled his mercenaries. There are tools in the shed at the end of the block if you need them, Jasmine said. Tools in hand soon after, Billy's mercenaries started to dig systematically from one end to the other of the 50-yard block. Jasmine looked up at the sky. It was almost dawn. Billy was an ancient vampire, old school. He wasn't of the new blood generation or a hybrid. He couldn't stand the sunlight. Chapter 29. They heard a clanking sound when the blade of the shovel hit the metal lid of a box. They were in the middle of the block, too far to run either to the left or the right, Jasmine thought. She knew what Billy would do after he found the heart. She could only hope he kept his promise. The mercenaries stopped their digging and Billy rushed toward the box. His eyes sparked with anticipation as they opened it. Inside the box were a bunch of vines and a beating heart. Billy slammed the lid down. And then he did what Jasmine had anticipated. He sunk his teeth into the foreheads of his mercenaries, one by one. Then he turned to look at her. "We have an agreement," Jasmine said. "I know, and I fully intend to honor it." A shadow dashed past them. It was Zasa. She solidified extremely fast and she grabbed the box. Billy charged after her. He knew she could use the box to threaten him, and he wasn't going to give her the opportunity. He knocked the box out of her hands. Then he threw her to the far end of the block. He charged after her to grab her before she could vanish on him again. If she played hide and seek and appeared near the box, he'd lose both her and his heart. He grabbed her foot and she stumbled. He pinned her to the ground. From the far end of the block, they heard footsteps, and Grace appeared. "I've got Ivan's bone," she said. Zasa, pinned to the ground under Billy, blasted a gust of wind at the box, tossing it into the air. It fell to the ground and slid toward Grace. "Stab it with the bone!" Zasa shouted at Grace. Billy left Zasa and ran toward Grace. She picked up the box and hurled it in Bertram's direction before Billy tackled her. Bertram darted over in time to grab it. He fell backward on the ground, holding the box firmly in his arms. Billy turned around and rushed toward him. Bertram tried to open the box, but the lock jammed. Jasmine stopped Billy on his run toward Bertram. Her body slammed into his, but she was no competition. It was like running into a brick wall. But she did manage to push him back a bit. She scrambled to her feet and swung her silver daggers from side to side. Billy didn't want to mess with those silver blades, so he couldn't advance. Zasa stood and ran toward Bertram, who was still trying to open the box. Mia stopped her. Like the hand-to-hand fight between Jasmine and Billy, the one between Mia and Zasa was not fought on a level playing ground. Mia did her best to prevent Zasa from going after either Jasmine or Bertram. Billy's speed eventually allowed him to dodge Jasmine's swinging daggers. He kicked her away and ran past her to charge at Bertram. Bertram finally managed to get the box open. He wrapped his hand around a wooden stake in a bed of vines. The vines had twisted around it as they grew, making it difficult for him to pull it completely out of the ground. He tugged at it a few times before the vines loosened their grip. Jasmine scrambled on the ground toward Billy and grabbed his foot. He kicked her away again. Then she heard a roar. Bertram had stabbed the wooden stake from the Sauvignon grapevine bed through Billy's heart. Billy stood tall and bellowed as the life force streamed out of him into the air. The pressure created in the air before his eternal death pulled a few wooden poles in the vineyard from the ground. Debris flew everywhere. Bertram stabbed again. The sun rose above the horizon at the top of the hill and cast the first light of the day on the vineyard. Billy's body collapsed and melted into a black substance, which soon disintegrated into nothingness. Zasa stood up. Jasmine did the same. "As you said, now it's between you and me," said Zasa. Jasmine tightened her grip on her daggers. "All right, as we agreed." She was prepared to fight Zasa to the death. "No, no," Bertram said as he ran toward Grace, who hadn't gotten up since Billy tackled her. She lay on the ground. A wooden stake had pierced her body when she fell. Chapter 30. Bertram was on his knees. Grace was still breathing. The wound wasn't bleeding much, but it could still be fatal. He had been in emergency situations countless times. He never panicked, and he wasn't now. He was trying desperately to ignore the gut instinct that was telling him that no matter what he did, he couldn't salvage this situation. It didn't matter how their relationship had ended. If anything happened to Grace now, he didn't know how he could live with himself. "Grace, don't move. I'll take you to the hospital. You'll be okay. It's too late, Bertram. No, please don't say that. You're not one to give up. Please stay with me. He looked at the stake. It was still firmly in the ground. He couldn't move her without pulling it out, but doing that would cause a lot of blood loss and would kill her instantly. Jasmine put her hands on Grace's shoulders. I'm going to put you to sleep, and Bertram will lift you off the ground. Is that okay, Grace? No, I don't want to go to sleep. I don't have much time left. Don't do that, Zasa. Bertram turned and saw Zasa standing behind Jasmine, reaching out her hands. She would break Jasmine's neck if she could get hold of her. Jasmine whirled around. Zasa jerked backward. We'll sort this out later, Zasa. Can I help her first? Isn't she your love rival? I don't expect you to understand. And that's the difference between humans and creatures. We're complicated. We? You consider yourself human? Yes, I'll sort things out with you later. I have to help Grace first. Jasmine returned to Grace. She didn't kill Ivan, Zasa, Grace said weakly. I don't believe you, Zasa growled. I had the bone tested. Ivan died from poison. The initials on the bone were made post-mortem. They weren't original. That's impossible, Zasa said. You know your world better than I do, but that's what the evidence says. Jasmine didn't kill Ivan. The poison is unique to one of Billy's clubs in the Red Phantom. You're saying Billy killed Ivan? Very likely. I can't believe this. Zasa stood and paced. Jasmine? Asked Grace. Yes? Ivan has multiple identities and faces. The criminal you killed wasn't him. It was a shapeshifter. Jim can verify. Okay, enough talk. I'm putting you to sleep and we're taking you to the hospital, Jasmine said. It's too late. You know that, Jasmine. Can I have a word with Bertram, please? I'm right here. He wiped away a tear that was rolling down her cheek. Please go to the hospital, Grace. Please try. I love you, Bertram. I love you too. But will you please accept treatment? She smiled. If I survive, can we do it all over again? Will you give us another chance? Yes, she grabbed his hand. Promise me you don't regret anything. I'll never regret what we had. She smiled. Zasa. I'm glad you agreed, said Zasa. Agreed to what? Bertram asked. Oh no, you can't do that to a human, Zasa, Jasmine said. As Zasa walked over to sit down next to Grace, Bertram rushed toward Jasmine. He suddenly feared the worst, although he wasn't quite sure what it was yet. What does that mean, Jasmine? What is she trying to do to Grace? She's recruiting. She's turning Grace into a supernatural. It will save her, but she will never return to normal. Bertram rushed back to Grace. Before he could reach her, Zasa blasted a gust of wind at him, throwing him several feet away. Jasmine helped him up. You have to leave it to Grace. It's her decision. Becoming a creature is worse than being dead, isn't it? Not necessarily, Bertram, but her choice must be voluntary. If Grace wants this, there's nothing you can do. Is this really what you want, Grace? She looked at him. For a second chance with you, yes. No, this isn't right, Jasmine. What can I do to prevent this? I'm not sure. He rushed toward Grace. Zasa glared at him. She doesn't have much time, and once she dies, there's nothing I can do, Bertram. Grace, I can't let you be turned into a creature just because you want a second chance. I'll promise anything. Just think about this. Let Jasmine help. Zasa pushed him away. You can't do anything for her, she said. Let her go. Jasmine approached. I have one privilege with the SLE, she told Grace. They can help you, and they ask for nothing in return. Will you consider that, Grace? But that's your one and only life and death wish, Jasmine, Mia said. Grace opened her eyes and looked at Jasmine. But then I'll owe you a favor. I'd rather die or turn into a creature. She closed her eyes. Zasa blasted Bertram and Jasmine away again. She picked Grace up, and before Jasmine and Bertram could do anything, she vanished into the sunlight. Bertram helped Jasmine up. He didn't know what to think or what to feel. Mia approached and handed him his cell phone. You dropped it. I've been manning it for you, and someone isn't happy because he didn't have a full view of the show." Bertram took his phone and saw that Jim was online. He had probably tried to call before, and Mia picked up. When he saw Bertram, a stream of profanity poured from his mouth before he asked for an update. Bertram gave him a short version of what had happened to calm him down. Jim cleared his throat. "By the way, before I finish, could you ask Dr. Lee for her email address so I can send her the article we discussed?" "Mia?" asked Bertram. "Yes, Dr. Lee," said Jim. "Do you have a problem?" "What article?" "It's strictly professional, nothing you need to worry about." "I'm not worried at all, Jim. I've never seen a twinkle in your eyes like this before, especially when you're talking about a lady." "Oh, well, now you've seen it, whatever that means. Will you ask her?" "Sure. Okay, I'm off now. By the way, Mia dislikes Gothic arts, so if you intend to send her those articles, don't." "Really?" "Yes. I'm off now, Jim." Wait. What? So what topics does she like?" Chapter 31. Jasmine liked the vineyard at dusk better than at dawn. She was certain of that now after what had happened at dawn today. She closed the windows and the main doors of the restaurant. Not opening for dinner was one of the better business decisions she had made. She went into her safe box in the office and took out all the cash she had. She placed it in an envelope and went back out to the restaurant to see Lisa. "I'm sorry about William, Lisa. This is something from the staff and me. If you need anything else, just ask." "You shouldn't, Jasmine. Trust me, you'll need it." "Thanks. Uncle said he's only taking a break, though, so I might be back here soon." "Sure. You're welcome here at any time. But for now, the sanctuary is ruined, and you'll need the cash to fix it up. It won't be an easy task." "I know. I appreciate your help." Jasmine didn't have the heart to tell Lisa she didn't think William would survive. She had asked Samuel to write a note to give Lisa some hope. It was the least she could do. She watched as Lisa exited the driveway, then she returned to her office to start her usual routine, making her vegetable chips and joining the chat room with Beatrice and Mia. She put the kettle on for a cup of tea. Bertram had driven back to the city in the afternoon despite doctor's orders. She smiled to herself. Having him in her life was surely a highlight, even if it had been for a short period of time. Maybe she should break her routine today. She sent a text to Beatrice and Mia, turned off the kettle. As she exited the office from the corner of her eye, she saw Bertram sitting on the roof of the Merlot cabin. He was really taking it for granted that she wouldn't rent it out to other customers. She smiled to herself and went back into the restaurant. 20 minutes later, she came back out with dinner in a picnic basket and a chilled bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. She walked toward the cabin. He spotted her and hopped down to the ground from the roof. He was over 6'3", so it wasn't a big effort for him. They went to the back, stepped onto the water tank, and then went back up to the roof. "Are you sure about this, Jasmine?" "I like the view from here." They sat down on the flat area around the chimney. It was meant to be built into a proper rooftop entertainment area, but she ran short of funds, so decided against it. Now it was just a flat bit of cement without a railing. He poured the wine while she arranged the dishes. "So, I take it they don't have decent dinners and wine in the city?" "No, and they don't have views either." "The view from your apartment is quite impressive. But I can't have milk and orange juice for dinner." She smiled. "I guess that could be a challenge." He looked at the horizon and sipped his wine. Then he turned and looked at her, making her stomach do a somersault. "The other day when I came home with the pizza and saw you in my apartment, wearing a towel," he chuckled. "Yes, there was that. Seeing you in my apartment was like seeing a complete picture of my life, Jasmine. I don't want to take you for granted. I don't want to make assumptions. But I've never felt like this before. You know I'm not normal, right?" "See, that's the problem." "I know." She thought of Liam and felt a pang of guilt in her heart. "I can't go back to normality, Jasmine. I can't go back to my perfectly normal life, living in a perfect place, working a perfect job, and every night coming home with a gigantic hole in my soul." "Are you sure about us?" "It's not me, Jasmine. I know you have a complicated past. Accepting someone into your life is a lot more difficult for you than for me. If you're willing to give us a go, I'll do my best to fit in. Will you give us a chance? What about Grace? We had a chance. We didn't make it. I loved her. But I can't go back to that stage of my life anymore. I will always love her like a friend, though, if she's willing to accept friendship. What about what you promised her this morning? In a situation like that, if I didn't say what I did, she would have let herself die. I don't count that as a promise. She took a sip of her wine. If you need time to think about it, that's fine. I just wanted to, yes. She smiled at him. He put his wine down, reached over, pulled her into his arms, and he kissed her. She hadn't had a sensation like that in a very long time. She hadn't experienced such passion coming from a man, pouring into her like that. He kissed her as if he needed her to breathe. Then he eased her face away. He kissed her forehead and wiped a stray hair out of her face. What's that? She pointed to a round, thumb-size blue mark that looked like a glowing tattoo on the inside of his forearm. I don't know. It must have come from the fight this morning. She rubbed her thumb over it, and she could feel the tingling sensation of energy from a cross-world creature. Sasa put a stamp on you. It means she'll come back and ask for whatever she thinks you promised her. But I didn't promise her anything. Cross-world creatures are very tricky. Can we deal with it later? Sure. He smiled, then continued to kiss her. Jasmine's eyes fluttered shut as she felt his warm breath on her neck. She could feel his hands exploring her body, starting at her hips and slowly tracing their way up to her breasts. His touch was gentle and teasing, sending waves of pleasure through her body. As he cupped her breasts in his hands, she let out a soft moan, her body arching into his. Her breath hitched as he whispered in her ear with a low and rough voice, telling her how beautiful she was. The cool night air caressed her skin, sending goosebumps down her spine. She could feel the hardness of his muscles beneath his shirt. The rooftop was deserted, but the countryside was alive with the sounds of crickets and the rustling of leaves. The early moon cast a soft glow over the vineyard. The stars twinkled in the sky above them. At this moment, they were the only people in the world, and she wanted to savor the sensation for as long as possible. His lips were on her neck now, kissing and nibbling, and she moaned softly. His hand moved up to cup her breast, and she arched her back, pressing herself against him. He whispered more love words in her ear, telling her all the things he wanted to do to her, and it made her wet with desire. Her body responded to his touch, growing wetter with each passing moment. She reached down between their bodies, her hand finding his hard length. She stroked him slowly at first, savoring the feel of him in her hand. He groaned in response, and she could feel his control slipping. He pulled her closer, his hands gripping her hips as he ground his hips against hers. She ached for him to be inside her. As if he could read her mind, he positioned himself at her entrance and pushed inside her slowly. She let out a gasp as he filled her completely. He paused for a moment, allowing her to adjust to the sensation before he began to move further inside her. His strokes were slow and deep at first, each one sending a jolt of pleasure through her body. She pulled him closer as she met him, thrust for thrust. Her body trembled with each stroke as the sensation built. She reached her peak, crying out his name as she came. He followed shortly after, his own release shaking his body. They lay there for a moment, panting and sweaty, before she rolled over and snuggled into his arms. From the corner of her eye, she saw the light go on in Nathan and Fiona's cabin. They walked outside, and for some reason, Jasmine wasn't surprised at all when she saw them both spread out white angel wings and then do a few circles in the sky. She thought she heard their laughter, but it might have been her imagination. Knock, knock, hello? Jasmine and Bertram looked down at the front door of the cabin and saw Beatrice standing there with her hands on her hips. Hi, Beatrice, how's Lucian? Fine and dandy. I was kind of busy last night. Tried to call you and Mia all day today, but couldn't get through. Now, you just texted me saying our regular chat is canceled. Did I miss anything last night? Jasmine looked at Bertram, then back down at Beatrice. Nope, nothing important. All right. I'll grab some takeout for Lucian then, Beatrice said and walked away. "We have dinner here," Jasmine called out. Beatrice waved her hand dismissively and walked away without looking back. "No worries. You two have fun. I'm not looking, not interfering, not even using my imagination to think about what you're doing." You've been listening to Pax Promise, a Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts novel. But the story doesn't end here. As Jasmine and Bertram face their future, darker forces are gathering. Ancient powers stir, and the truth about Bertram's heritage will shake the foundations of not just Wolf Valley, but the balance between heaven and earth itself. If you enjoyed Pax Promise, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more supernatural romance audiobooks. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. DN Leo and her team read every single comment. For the full Wolf Valley Forbidden Heart series and other connected stories in the Multiverse collection, check out our playlist linked in the description. Visit dnleo.com for exclusive content, sneak peeks, and to join our supernatural community. Thank you for being part of our pack. Remember, some loves are worth breaking all the rules for.